Wait, I'm actually muted in the broadcast. There we go. Good afternoon or good evening, people of Middle Earth. Welcome once again, of course, to the Slam Dunk Champion Cup Season 2 tournament. My name is Asteroid, and joining with me now is TK NBA Time, and we're giving to you the action as we are just waiting moments away from the semifinals to happen. And TK, we had an incredible start during our game number one.
Yeah, we had a lot of close games, close series, a couple of buzzer beaters and an overtime session. So we had a lot of the action yesterday already. That's going to keep continuing here today with the games we have set. It's the semifinals. There's Yone, God, WD, and Hold'em. These four teams showed yesterday how good they really were, and we're going to see which one of them is going to end up as the champion today of this Champion Cup Season 2.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And again, only these last four teams, there were so many good matches that we saw yesterday. And again, about, what is it, like 6-8 matches that we saw? About 6 of those were all best of threes, really back and forth, as well as you would see the importance of certain picks. Probably about 90% of the matches, or maybe even 100% of the matches that we saw, Maki was Shinichi Maki, again, really one of the top picks to have been used. I think 100% win rate at this point, which is incredible to say at the least.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing all over the place, and it was easy to see why, just for how efficient it was to use him. All of the combos, whether it's into passing or scoring himself, he's a really efficient character to use. And these players, at the level that they're playing, they know it, and that's why they keep on using him.
Yeah, anyways, we're going to show the format once again real quick. We've already done with the round of 16, round of 8, and now we're down, like TK said, to the final 4 teams. So these 4 teams are going to be playing in the semifinals, which will be best of 3s. After that, we have the bronze place match. Also, we could probably call it as a third place match to figure out who's going to be the ones going on top of the least high stair, if I can describe it like that. Best of 5 for that match. And of course, for the finals, we're going to see who's on the top of the stairs as the winner and then the second placer. And again, they're not going to come home empty-handed here, TK.
Yeah, 100,000 vouchers for the champion team. For the entire team, you split them up depending on how many players there are. Of course, second place, 60,000. Third place, 30,000. Fourth place, 15,000, and the participation award. Everyone goes home with 300 diamonds each. Again, that is a lot. That is more than enough that I would actually need to upgrade my players. But yeah, these players deserve it for what they've been going throughout these past 2 days, and we'll see who's going to come away with the grand prize.
Yeah, speaking of who, I'm also curious how many more characters are going to be utilized for this particular tournament. We mentioned it or brushed up on it yesterday, where during season 1 it was kind of again a not really, I wouldn't say stale, but more of a set trend already. You got yourself the Jun Uezumis, the heavy passing lineups, but now coming into season 2, there's a lot more mix that you can create as a team and how you interpret the game, and it's really created a nice little dynamic for us to watch. And speaking of dynamics, we have ourselves a good mix of season 1 invited teams and season 2 qualified teams.
There you see on the screen to your left, Yone going up against God in the first series. Yone from last season, God a new team, and on the other side of the bracket, it's WD against second Hold'em. Of course, WD returning from season 1, and second Hold'em is a new team here. So it's going to be fun to see how these old teams match up against the new teams, and whether which kind of teams will end up in the finals and which ones will be the champions.
If I could ask you real quick here, not thinking about it too much, who do you think is your top 2 teams from these 4 teams that we're going to be watching later on?
To my surprise, I really liked what we saw from the newly qualified teams, God and second Hold'em. They came in with a really bold strategy, and they just kept going at it, and that's why they're here. But they're going up against 2 really solid teams, as you see here in the bracket. So we'll just see if their strategy still stands against this higher level of competition in this round.
Could not agree more. Honestly, I'm looking at both Yane and God to be the top echelon teams that have joined in the Season 2 tournament, but that might be something a bit brutal here because, again, this is a single elimination tournament and we're already pinning these 2 teams down. That is only my opinion, of course, and we might see, like you said, WD and second Hold'em. For second Hold'em, I felt like there was just a bit too much singular dynamic play to what they did yesterday when they went up against Lorne, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, that could just be because they didn't want to show their hand coming into the semifinals here. They want to make sure that they have a set strategy against WD, who I believe was one of the teams that actually used for the least amount of times, or sorry, not the least amount of times, but one of the teams that actually employed using an Akira Sendo, which I believe was used by King Jataime, which was the one that we saw another buzzer beater come out. From yesterday.
Yeah, that was an interesting sight to see. We didn't see a lot of Sendos as compared to season 1. Just looking to see how that how that trend continues here in the semifinals. As you see here, the schedule for today: Yone versus God in that first series, and then WD versus Second Hold'em in that second game. We're going to be heading into that first matchup in just a bit, so just stay tuned. And right as you see on the screen right now, there's a code down there right below me. Pick that up while you're waiting, while you're just playing the game along as we wait for the action to start.
Yeah, definitely, guys. If you are just tuning in, why not get yourself a nice little bonus for your game? Of course, presented to you by the devs themselves of the Slam Dunk mobile game. There you go. And again, it was a really good set of matches that we saw yesterday. I'm gonna keep going back into it because there was so much, I would say, dynamics, or what's the word here? Lots of picks that were just really used. One of the ones that I was kind of interested in, I think it might have been used by, I believe that was maybe Hold'em, I could be wrong here, where we saw a double center comp, which we saw Oda as well as Toru, but it really didn't show its stock a lot. Although I'm really looking forward to seeing a team really utilize that, because I feel like with now the addition of more dynamic players or characters that can actually not only play their role and then some, there might be more things to be unlocked, moving forward into the competitive scene of Slam Dunk Mobile.
Yeah, I like going back to that Oda pick. I mean, at first I was a bit I wasn't on the fence about what he'll bring to the game. I mean, but as we saw as the tournament progressed, we saw a lot more players picking him up, using that mid-range shot, especially that Lone Wolf ultimate, just to kind of space out the floor a little bit and open up the floor for their teammates a bit more. That's something that I really liked, and hopefully we get to see a lot more tactics being used by these players as we go into the semifinals.
Yeah, what will be kind of interesting as well is maybe moving forward to our other next tournaments. I believe the chat was also curious about this, and we haven't really shown it, or haven't shown it at all during Season 1 and Season 2, is that maybe we'll be also able to show the ability trees that these particular players use, just because I think, of course, a lot of the viewers that we also have are trying to understand how these top level teams kind of interpret the games themselves and want to kind of follow in their footsteps, which in turn kind of helps them optimize their own characters. You don't want to have, maybe let's say somebody like Sendo to always have a bunch of steals. You might want it to have more jump, more rebound, more middle, and that kind of even things out for him. But speaking of even things out, we're already looking to start our first semifinals.
Yeah, right there. The lineup is on the board. Yone with their 4 players: McDowell, Cappuccino, Rakas, and Hasidong. Although yesterday we saw only McDowell, Rakas, and Hasidong. But for God, there's Chris, Zap, Weed, and Porsche. Again, Porsche, the player that I think also used Sendo for a game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, just showed a lot of great stuff yesterday. I'm going to see how their players are going to be picked here in the draft room right now.
Okay, we do start this immediately. No holds barred. Thank you so much for that, tournament organizers and production. No need to delay a lot more. Yone immediately, of course, picking up Hasidon with his Maki. And as for God, Hanamichi and Nobunaga. And this is one of the characters that we didn't really brush up as much as we would have liked when we started this particular scene today. Nobunaga players from yesterday hitting the mid-range jumpers. And that really creates I would say there's more opportunities for the team to open stuff up.
Yeah, but another interesting pick here, we see McDowell going with Tatsumasa, which throughout the tournaments yesterday, we saw him go with a more defensive-oriented kind of center. So changing here to a more offensive-oriented mid-range guy, that's going to be interesting to see how Yone uses that in their game.
Yeah, really wanting to I would say, create the tempo, especially with the Maki. What we'll be probably seeing is Maki's going to be controlling the ball, going in for those ankle breakers, attacking the rim, and if he's at least stopped by maybe one or two defenders, he's going to be able to pass that ball in onto the Oda, and then, you know, another shot from a far distance.
And here we are tipping off the semifinals. The ball is with Yone to start. Hasidong there with the Maki, as you mentioned. They're going to play in a two-man combo with Rakas and that Kicho character. They're extending their offensive possession here a bit with that offensive rebounding. Still not able to find a really good opening to score, and it gets blocked away there by God.
Oh man, this is just going so far in between, but is that actually going to go in? Nope. And quick rebound here as God picks it one back in. Weed now onto Ryota, who passes it back onto Portia, and here's what we're looking for, those mid-range shots with the ball. Nobody able to react because they were just a bit too focused on Weed playing underneath that basket.
Portia's run really well in upgrading his skills to use that mid-range jumper effectively, and they're just blocking the shots away out of Yone's hands. Now we're back with the possession.
Weed really spacing things, trying to force everybody to go to his side of the court here, as the rest are just trying their best to kind of alleviate towards that. McDowell forces himself, but Hanamichi immediately interferes him with a hand in the face. Weed back to his old tricks. They're spacing it out. Look at where Chris is positioned, but of course that's going to get slapped away as Portia takes it back on the fumble.
That's an easy block there. It kind of looked like Weed didn't have a place to pass the ball around to. An easy block by Hasidong as they now get the ball back after being scored on.
Oh, almost. And it's going to be God to actually get everything set into the motion. Yane struggling to get this ball in as Hasidong, there's just too many defenders right in his face, and Porsche, he reads that so perfectly well. Severe interference, and that ball is just going to go way too wide into the other side. And here still is in the possession of Yane. Quick little pass, but Rakas, this man struggled yesterday. I think he's more of a person that needs to get a bit more heated up before he gets that groove, but for now that would just mean that the rest of Yane is going to struggle as Rakas cannot find a defensive or offensive posture.
Yeah, just great defense here by God, especially by Chris there in the middle. I don't think we've had a really clean shot attempt at the rim at all. It's either a block or a severely interfered shot. There we go again. More blocks from God. They are still holding this to a clean slate.
We saw yesterday matches actually go really, really low in terms of the scoring because of how offensive and really, really aggressive the defense can be right in your face. And speaking of getting right in your face, it's going to be God once again. Weed not really feeling the effects of just having himself the Ryota Miyagi as he is just opening stuff up from Porsche. And once again, that rim, it has a lid on it for Yone for some reason. Somebody must have made some voodoo magic. Now it's just a bit opening up, but it's 6-point lead here for God.
Yeah, even there, it just took a lot of effort to just find that opening shot to get those 2 points. And now there's just a lot of work to be done trying to get the ball out of the hands of God as they burn away time. And the ultimate here adds in the pain on Yone as they try to catch up.
Oof. Hasidong, there it is. Beautiful swish on that flick.
Yeah, but the work is still not done. Plenty of work to do here. They just got to find a way. Because God is smart, they're going to be playing, running the ball out. A block there by McDowell might turn things around if they can get a quick 2-pointer in. And they do, so plenty of time left. 1 minute left, only 4 points. The game is still in.
Now they're kind of adjusted here. Weed still opening things up, but nobody keeping an eye on Porsche, who just accelerates with his aim. Well, not rather attacking to the board, but you know what I mean. Just hitting those shots once again with the jumper. Oh, gets that rebound. This is not looking good.
That is not looking good. A turnover at this point is crucial. And now God is just going to wait and see. Wait for that time to go down. Yone just making mistakes on their own end. And they only have him for this final minute.
Gotta love the spacing on Porsche. He really knows how Nobunaga works. But speaking of how it works, Chris reading through all of that, and God scores another because of the block onto Hasidong. Oh my goodness, really unfortunate.
Still though, God up by 6. It looks easy, and what we've seen from these teams that opt to use Ryota is that they're just letting him drive through the middle and placing 2 other shooters on that mid-range jump shot, just waiting for that to come into their hands, and that's how God has really built up this lead as we're down to only just a few seconds left.
It's going to be near impossible to actually make this work as Porsche just keeps hitting those. He's going to miss the one, but even then, it's burned a lot of time, and Yane is going to play so much catch-up within this amount of time. It's not going to work out in the end, and McDowell gets denied a 6-point lead in the first game already in the hands of God. God.
Yeah, what a game played there by God. They just really did well on executing that offensive possession. And Chris, though, on defense, blocking everything out of sight and stopping the flow of the game for Yone here in their win.
And I don't know what just happened there. It seems like Rakas, again, on an off game. Like, he just has those times where it seems like he's not really there in terms of the offense, in terms of just being able to hit those open shots. And he had a few open shots as well. Even when I think Hassel was trying to create space, Rakas just not really finding his groove. Yes, his 4 points, that's like the highest for Yane. But if we think about how many blocks the other team has done, that's a real pain as well to look at.
Yeah, and Porsche here coming away with the MVP of the game. Of course, scoring so much. The only player to score actually on the team, Godweed, just kind of passed it to him every time they drove in. But McDowell, despite his score there as the very valuable player, I feel like his presence wasn't as clear as it was in the past day, just because he was playing a more defensive screen setter for Hasidong kind of role. So that kind of changed, and I think that kind of changed the dynamic for Yone in this game.
Yeah, it feels like there was a disconnect for Yone for a lot of things here because Hasidong couldn't really rely on Rakas. He either had to rely on himself and McDowell, and with Chris playing as a phenomenal Hanamichi, there was not really much space. You need to be able to at least pass to a third person just to kind of play around with how fast Hanamichi can just get up in there and just block you up with his really high verticals.
Yeah, so we're going to be waiting for game 2 in just a bit. Before that, we're just waiting for game 2 just to see how he's going to adjust that. I think God had a really solid play. They're going to be anticipating any changes, but I like what I see from God so far, and they look to be the favorites heading into the second game.
Yeah, definitely. They just demolished the match that they had from yesterday, and they were one of the few teams that actually got a 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is second Hold'em, if I'm not mistaken as well. And that would just mean that God really has that way to play around opponents that he just dominates the competition. And now moving forward in this one, Yane, what is their adjustment going to be? How are they going to adapt to the pressure, to this setup that God has kind of optimized that we saw in game number 1?
Yeah, maybe they want to switch over to some 3-point shooting, change it up a bit, though that would be a drastic change of style for them, obviously. Yeah. But I mean, they're at this point where their backs are up against the walls. They can't lose another game. Let's see what they're gonna try to do as we wait for the lineups for this upcoming game.
Yeah, 100% agree. Maybe we're gonna be seeing a a Hail Mary pass from Yane. Basically gonna go 0 to 100 and just risk it all in one fell swoop with the lineup that they're gonna go for. Maybe it's gonna be something different. Maybe it's going to be the same, and just gonna try to optimize Rakas once again, who can't really stress it enough. He needs to step up here for Yane to at least be able to pick things back up. Or they have a 4-man roster. Maybe they're going to bring someone else in coming into the second game, and that could be the turnaround that Yane is looking for.
Going back to what you mentioned earlier in the broadcast about how many times Maki Shinichi has been picked up and the win rate there. The first game here, Maki lost, so that's just the beauty of this game. There's just so many tactics, as you see. We saw Miyagi being used to counter that Maki, and it was used really well here by God. So just so many tactics for players to figure out and kind of dissect, and we see it all here at this high level of competition.
Yeah, for sure. And I really liked how God themselves was able to create this certain style of play and movement around the court that was really free flowing. You think about it. Chris would always play somewhere either underneath the basket or somewhere far to the left so that he can either rebound, block a potential opponent. While I believe that was his teammate Weed and Porsche, who would just kind of create their own two-man play here. If Weed's gonna go in, he's just gonna see if he has the opportunity to slip the ball into the basket quickly underneath it as he's trying to dash in, or if he's not, he passes immediately to Porsche, who we saw was opened up so many times because they respected Yane respected Weed too many times and had like two people guarding him.
So that's going to be the key point that we're going to look for here in the draft room selection phase, where we're gonna be anticipating what Weed is going to select, because we've seen him use Miyagi really well in that past game, and then we saw him use Maki a lot in that in the series yesterday too, and use it really well. So let's see which way they go. That seems to be what's going to be dictating their style of play.
And now it's the last point or not the last point, but the last game here for Yane. If they cannot come back against that one game deficit from God's gonna have the first pick priority here, but that's not really the biggest drawback for Yane. They might actually be okay with this because now they can actually secure 2 picks first or 2 picks afterwards this, and that might be better for their game plan. That one can actually secure them much better players than the first game, but we'll have to see if I'm correct on that one.
All right, the draft is coming up soon. Teams are I just want to see more players being picked up, but I understand that at this point, with a lot on the line, there might not be so much room for experimenting. But yeah, I want to see if there's still something up the sleeves of these teams.
It is what it is. Sometimes you just take out the intellect in you. You know, all common sense goes out the window, and you try to go what you feel is what's right to use, what's right to do. Because if you don't really have that many strategies set into play, you might need to do something a bit more drastic, like a total 180 of who you are. In any case, there it is, going to be the Hanamichi immediately picked up here, and Yane, they take away God's selection, Yota Miyagi as well as the Nobunaga.
That is interesting, kind of a flip there for Hasidong going with Miyagi. And Weed surprisingly going with Kazushi, while Porsche going with Maki. So that's a bit interesting on God's side, but we saw them use this lineup yesterday, so that shouldn't be too hard to work out. But McDowell is considering going back to that Uzumi that we've seen him use so well. So that's something that we mentioned there in game 1, that we were quite surprised at what his pick was there.
Yeah, and I really like Juno Uzumi. He has, I think, a really good ability to just be able to rebound that ball, and his ultimate to snatch away opponents trying to score underneath that basket, or even from far away. It's really, really good to stop that momentum, that tempo of God. And Yane, I really like their selection here. And now moving forward, it's all about how this Nobunaga by Rakas will be playing out.
Yeah. Just waiting for that game. We're back at the Seaside Court, one of the beautiful courts here in the Slam Dunk mobile game. We've seen a lot more this season.
Very true. There's going to be a jump ball, and McDowell starts it early. This could be an opportunity for Yane immediately as they're looking for that. Ooh, McDowell goes in for a really, really high layup, but in the end, it just went in too far to the side as God goes in for a quick selection into that basket.
Yeah, it's just a quick possession there by God to get up early, but Yone, they need to answer quickly, or else they're going to fall into a hole kind of like last game.
There's going to be Porsche. How? Wait, what? That seemed like it should have been just going straight away from the basket rather than going and magnetize in the center. And that's looking pretty dang good. McDowell really wanting to slam it in, but passes it to Hasidong, who, like I said, if Chris gets at Hanamichi, you gotta have another layer of something to try to go against this defender.
For sure, man. Chris just knows his role so well, and you see him running around on offense, just knowing where he needs to be, and that helps up spread the floor for Porsche once again for another 2, and a big lead once again by God, 6-0. Pretty much the same way the last game started, as these blocks just piling up for God.
Oh my goodness, Hasadong has been so good at those blocks, but the problem here is it's just not really translating into any baskets. But as I say that, attacks the rim with a nice little burst of speed and gets it, threads the needle, and now God, they have some opposition here. We still have 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to come back into this game, and I don't think God really has complete control of the momentum yet. And as I say that, they add on with a nice ultimate there off the contact into the shot by Porsche.
Making us eat our words now, don't we? McDowell, okay, pass it on to Hasdong. Great spacing, good passing, as well as movement from the rest of Yane here. And can they convert? Seems like they have converted the 4-point lead, but not looking as big of a gap as we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, the Yone right now, their only option to score really is Rakas, as the other 2 are primary passers, so that's something that they really got to watch out for and really emphasize to get back into this game now that they have the ball.
Slam it back in. Hasadong really having to work with this one.
Ooh.
And the over with the layup. Very, very uncharacteristic again, but from Rakas, but he just missed those a lot. And Hasadong, the timer's here, but once again, Porsche and the rest of God deny entry into heaven. Really unfortunate here for Yane, and every single possession that they have is something they have to work tooth and nail just to get a connection on that ball to the basket.
Well, it's just so easy for God to kind of defend Yone because they know the ball has to end up with Rakas in the end for them to put for that final shot.
Okay, with that rebound, timer has reset once again, and Porsche, he just slips the defender. Hasadong, again, we talked about it, man. Maki has those delayed floaters that just allows him to leave the opponent hanging as he just keeps in the air and shoots that ball.
Yeah, Yone gets the 2 points there, but I think that's something God's gonna let it go because Uozumi's not gonna hit a good percentage of those.
Very true. And up against, again, a Sakuragi with the slow dunking animation that he has, Chris is gonna have a field day just slapping the ball away from his hand as he tries to make something happen. And again, because this is the buzz cut Sakuragi, he can hit those mid-range jumpers as well.
Yeah, we see him standing right there, just waiting for the opportunity and finally getting it.
No!
Just able to stop anything that comes near the rim. God in full control as this last minute is closing down with a 6-point lead. They're going to need a stop and some quick baskets, but it doesn't look easy for Yone.
Well, it's looking pretty easy for God. They were probably just waiting for Chris to get his ultimate, his special skill up to like 100% there. Nice little pass once again. McDowell really fearing the defenders underneath that basket because as he tries to roll it over, it's like you're looking at slow motion. It's like Neo being shot by bullets. And he tried to just scoop the ball out of the air. And it was too high for him to take.
Ah, man, just desperation moves there by Yone, but it seems too little too late at this point. Still an 8-point game with 25 seconds left. You can just feel that God's going to just waste time around here and just wait for the buzzer to beat.
Yeah, again, it's just a death sentence now. McDowell hits a couple of those nice little blocks. The rest as well just being sent out by Yane here, but at the end of the day, it just wastes the time more of Yane to score on their own possession if they can't even take that ball back into their own hands. And that's just going to be it, guys. We are going to be seeing God, G-O-D, go straight into the semifinals.
And I think that's well-deserved. They came in really prepared. I think it seemed they really knew which way they were going to play, which players they were going to select should these selections be made. And they kind of caught Yone there off guard. They came off 6-0 runs in each of those games, and it's just so tough to dig yourself out of a hole like that, even if you're a team as good as Yone.
Yeah, I made a mistake. It was not the straight into the semifinals. We actually are already casting the semifinals. They're gonna go straight into the grand finals. So that would just mean that God has a really good record. I think the only match that they had some trouble with coming into this 16-team tournament is against Hold'em, who really made them kind of work for that second game, I believe. But in any case, their match against B-Friend that we didn't see during the stream, as well as this match that we already saw with Yone, 2-0s with about 10-point lead. And in Slam Dunk Mobile, that's actually a really, really big lead considering the new trend that we're seeing here now for our tournament.
Yeah, and the loss to Hold'em, as you mentioned, I mean, Hold'em, they're the defending champion, so losing that one game to God, I mean, God losing that one game to them is not a big deal, and you can see there why in this game. I mean, Porsche played really well. Chris also playing that Sakuragi character so well. That's why he was the first pick in the draft for them. Just a well-rounded offensive game, and Reed just also doing the same, presenting those assists on the way to his teammates. I think it's going to be Porsche running away with the MVP for this series, but just because of how well he's done.
I'm feeling it's going to be Chris, because I feel like that Hanamichi really just showed its stock. Yeah, gotta say that Porsche was a vital role, but I think because they picked up that Hanamichi first, because they put their concentration to secure the rebounder himself, it just evened things out for them. I think if Porsche was stolen, got his Maki stolen, he would still have, I think, similar results if he picked up somebody like Ryota Miyagi or someone else as well.
That's a good point. We'll see if the system picks that up, though. But I agree with just how valuable that Sakuragi to Chris pick was for the team.
Gotta say, now we're just waiting for the MVP. And who's right? Oh, you are, my man. It's Porsche, brother.
Well, I mean, and those are just so gaudy numbers, 13 points per game, and that 94% shooting percentage is just so absurd considering how many shots that he takes, and that 4.5 blocks per game as well. As so many gaudy numbers. But as you said, though, even though Porsche is being selected as the MVP by statistics, that pick for Sakuragi to Chris, I agree with you that that's just as valuable to God on the way to the finals.
And now, whoever God goes up with going into the finals now, they have but one thought gonna go into their head. How are they gonna beat this dynamic, this fluid dynamic that God has put into motion, whether it's WD or second Hold'em that challenges these guys? We're going to be seeing a really, really amazing set of plays. But of course, for those who are wondering what's going to be happening to Yone, it's not the end of the world just yet for them. They still have a shot for our bronze match or third placer match that is going to be happening later on before we go into the grand finals. Of course, before everything, we're going to be looking at as the lower thirds are showing, it's going to be WD versus second Hold'em. Second Hold'em, I feel like they might be the lesser team going into that best of three, but what do you think?
I mean, I already said it at the start. I kind of liked how second Hold'em came into the last series, the game plan that they had. But yeah, I do agree that WD seems like the better team. We'll just have to see how that's going to be decided in just a bit after a short break.
God takes it one back in. Weed now onto Ryota, who passes it back onto Porsche. Back to his old tricks. Just spacing it out. Look at where Chris is positioned. But of course, that's going to get slapped away as Porsche takes it back on the fumble. It's just going to go way too wide into the other side. And here still is in the possession of Yone.
And now there's just a lot of work to be done trying to get the ball out of the hands of God as they burn away time. And the ultimate playing, running the ball out. A block there by McDowell might turn things around if they can get a quick two-pointer in. Is crucial. And now God is just gonna wait for that time to go down. Yone.
Gotta love the spacing on Porsche. He really knows how Nobunaga works. But speaking of how it works, Chris, Porsche keeps hitting those. He's gonna miss the one. But even then, it's burned a lot of time, and Yane is going to play so much catch up within this amount of time. It's not going to really be an opportunity for Yane immediately as they're looking for that. Ooh, McDowell goes in for a really high layup.
One for another two, and a big lead once again by God, 6-0. Again,
Here, we still have 3 minutes on the clock.
yeah, there's plenty of time to come back into this game, and I don't think God really has complete control.
Don't we? McDowell. Okay, pass it on to Hastong. Great spacing, good passing, as well as movement from the rest. Work with this one.
Ooh.
And the under-over with the layup. Very uncharacteristic again, but from Rakas, but he just missed those a lot. And Hastong, the timers.
For them to put for that final shot.
Okay, with that rebound, timer has reset once again, and Porsche
And
up against a Sakuragi. With the slow dunking animation that he has, Chris is going to have a field day just slapping the ball away from his hand. As he's up.
yeah, we see him standing right there just waiting for the opportunity and finally getting it. Lead. They're going to need a stop and some quick baskets, but it doesn't look easy for Yone.
Hearing the defenders underneath that basket, because as he tries to roll it over, it's like you're looking at slow motion. It's like Neo being shot by bullets, and he tried being sent out by Yane here, but at the end of the day, it just wastes the time more of Yane to score on their own possession if they can't even take that ball back in. All right, good job. All right, good job. All right, good job. Crazy Rebound here as God picks it one back in. Weed now onto Ryota, who passes it back onto Porsche. Back to his old tricks. Just spacing it out. Look at where Chris is positioned. But of course, that's going to get slapped away as Porsche takes it back on the fumble. It's just going to go way too wide into the other side. And here still is in the possession of Yane.
And now there's just a lot of work to be done trying to get the ball out of the hands of God as they burn away time. And the ultimate playing, running the ball out. A block there by McDowell might turn things around if they can get a quick two-pointer in. Is crucial. And now God is just going to wait and see. Wait for that time to go down. Yone.
Gotta love the spacing on Porsche. He really knows how Nobunaga works. But speaking of how it works, Chris, Porsche keeps hitting those. He's going to miss the one. But even then, it's burned a lot of time, and Yane is going to play so much catch-up within this amount of time. It's not going to really be an opportunity for Yane immediately as they're looking for that. Ooh, McDowell goes in for a really high layup.
One for another two, and a big lead once again by God, 6-0. Again,
Here, we still have 3 minutes on the clock.
yeah, there's plenty of time to come back into this game, and I don't think God really has complete control.
Don't we? McDowell. Okay, pass it on to Hastong. Great spacing, good passing, as well as movement from the rest. Work with this one.
Ooh.
And the under-over with the layup. Very uncharacteristic again, but from Rakas, but he just missed those a lot. And Hastong, the timers.
For them to put for that final shot.
Okay, with that rebound, timer has reset once again, and Porsche up against a Sakuragi. With the slow dunking animation that he has, Chris is going to have a field day just slapping the ball away from his hand as he's trying up.
Yeah, we see him standing right there just waiting for the opportunity and finally getting it. Lead. They're gonna need a stop and some quick baskets, but it doesn't look easy for Yone.
Hearing the defenders underneath that basket, because as he tries to roll it over, it's like you're looking at slow motion. It's like Neo being shot by bullets, and he tried being sent out by Yone here, but at the end of the day, it just wastes the time more of Yone to score on their own possession if they can't even take that ball back. There's a quick rebound here as God picks it one back in. Weed now onto Ryota, who passes it back onto Porsche. Back to his old tricks. We're spacing it out. Look at where Chris is positioned. But of course, that's going to get slapped away as Porsche takes it back on the fumble. Weed go way too wide into the other side. And here still is in the possession of Yone.
And now there's just a lot of work to be done trying to get the ball out of the hands of God as they burn away time. And the ultimate playing, running the ball out. A block there by McDowell might turn things around if they can get a quick two-pointer in. It is crucial. And now God is just gonna wait and see, wait for that time to go down. Yone just point.
Gotta love the spacing on Porsche. He really knows how Nobunaga works. But speaking of how it works, Chris keeps hitting those. He's gonna miss the one, but even then, it's burned a lot of time, and Yone is going to play so much catch-up within this amount of time. It's not going to work. Could be an opportunity for Yone immediately as they're looking for that. Ooh, McDowell goes in for a really, really high layup.
In for another two, and a big lead once again by God, 6-0.
This good here. We still have 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to come back into this game, and I don't think God really has complete control.
Don't we? McDowell. Okay, pass it on to Hastong. Great spacing, good passing, as well as movement from the position. He worked with this one. Ooh. And the under-over with the layup. Very, very characteristic again, but from Rakas, but he just missed those a lot. And Hastong, the timers.
For them to put for that final shot.
Okay, with that rebound, timer has reset once again, and Porsche having against a Sakuragi with the slow dunking animation that he has. Chris is going to have a field day just slapping the ball away from his hand as he's trying.
Yeah, we see him standing right there just waiting for the opportunity and finally getting it.
True.
Lead. They're going to need a stop and some quick baskets, but it doesn't look easy for Yone.
Hearing the defenders underneath that basket, because as he tries to roll it over, it's like you're looking at slow motion. It's like Neo being shot by bullets, and he tried to being sent out by Yone here, but at the end of the day, it just wastes the time more of Yone to score on their own possession if they can't even take that ball back. Quick rebound here as God picks it one back in. Weed now onto Ryota, who passes it back onto Porsche. Back to his old tricks. We're spacing it out. Look at where Chris is positioned. But of course, that's going to get slapped away as Porsche takes it back on the fumble. Go way too wide into the other side. And here still is in the possession of Yone.
And now there's just a lot of work to be done trying to get the ball out of the hands of God as they burn away time. And the ultimate playing, running the ball out. A block there by McDowell might turn things around if they can get a quick two-pointer in. Is crucial. And now God is just gonna wait and see, wait for that time to go down. Yone.
Welcome back, guys, once again to the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2, day number 2. My name is Asarai, and joining with me now is TK NBA Time. And we just saw a complete, utter obliteration of Yone by God, who just came out of the woodwork and just started showing up, man. Showing up.
Yeah, this God, they came in, they just knew what they wanted to do, and they just kept doing it, going at it. Yone, they couldn't recover from that big hole. It was like a 6-0, 8-0 lead to start the game, and when you get off to that kind of rusty start in a game that is not as long-term, it's only 5 minutes per game, that's a big hole to dig out of, as we keep on mentioning. So that's something that one of these teams coming up between WD and Second Hold'em, they're going to have to watch out when they advance to the grand finals to face God. But here are the lineups for both teams as we're going to head into game 1 of this series in just a bit.
Yeah, and actually just quite quickly to brush up on God once again, they actually played during the Season 1 top 16 teams, but they immediately got kicked out of the tournament by Lucky Shot, and I can't really remember too much how well they played, but I do remember Chris being a phenomenal Hanamichi back then, and that was the first version of Hanamichi, not the buzz cut one. But in any case, they just did not have that star factor. Now coming into the second season, it's much different. But of course, that's gonna be later on for us to talk more about WD and Second Hold'em. Does Second Hold'em have that extra just amount of options or strategies? Because yesterday it seemed a little bit straightforward how they played and how they won.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go that same way again. It's going to be either Maki or Miyagi. It's going to be Miyagi at that point guard spot, and then Leroy and Zigzag's going to be on that two-wing spot going up against WD there. King Jatem going with Kazushi, and Smexy going with Maki. So pretty much the same lineups we saw yesterday. Let's see how it works out for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I talk about why I'm saying the straightforward play of Second Hold'em, because if you guys, the viewers out there, watched the matches from yesterday when they went up against Lorne, it was literally straightforward. All they do is keep trying to go. What's the word here? That's like the lane going near the basket. The one parallel to it, adjacent to it. But anyways, that was just being attacked multiple times by Lunacy on his Maki, and other than that, he just passes to Leroy, who, if he's open, he just shoots it from afar. Or rather, I think it was Zigzags on this Nobunaga as well. But in any case, we'll see how that goes, because WD seems to be a more dynamic team than Second Hold'em.
Yeah, and we saw that Second Hold'em going to that in their first play, but getting it blocked away. Seems like WD is anticipating that drive and kick out.
Oh, man. Rebounded by Leroy there, opening up an opportunity once again. Okay, attacks it, goes in straight, does hop up, but it's going to fall a little bit short as Lunacy looking for that opening once again, but Zigzags, I am kind of wondering what happened with that one as he tries to just jump up and take the ball into his own possession, but that's going to open stuff up for WD with King Jataime putting a score on the board.
Yeah, it looks like Second Hold'em is really going to spam that play, going to the baseline and then going to those two shooters, and WD seems ready, but not for that one. That time, they're back at a tie game.
If it doesn't work the first, you can do a second, and both of them just trying to run underneath that rim and then, just roll in a nice little layup. Now back into the possession of WD. Oh, the fadeaway Emperor Sense, loving the flow, loving the control, and WD strikes back once again.
Yeah, they just have so many weapons in their arsenal right now. And this time, Second Hold'em catches them off guard. Just going straight to the basket there is Lunacy.
It's a much more back and forth, and my questions have been answered. Second Hold'em, they got themselves a different setup here. Smexy really moving that ball around as he finds King Jataime on the opening. Not really able to find anything though. But once again, he tries to do so. Duncan Master trying to pick up the roll ball, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Eloy all open from all far away outside. Finds another two, and Second Hold'em, they're exceeding expectations here, TK.
Yeah, that's just so pretty. The 6 points they've gotten has come out of 3 different options in that drive down the baseline. So they're just keeping WD on their feet on how to defend that play.
Putback is going to be good. Zigzags back to Lunacy. Opens it up. Tries to attack. Gives it. But that slam dunk is already, how would you say it, is televised. Everybody knew it was going to be coming. And now not a lot of time in the world as there's going to be the double blocks. 18 seconds violation and possession back into WD.
Still a tie game here. Second Hold'em tried to figure that out on offense, but gets paid there as WD Smexy in that Emperor stance gets up in the lead.
Yeah. This is where it becomes really difficult to deal with the Maki. If it's just a 1 versus 1, you're not going to have any opportunity. And even in the defensive posture, it's going to be Smexy to deny the ultimate. Okay, the under-over dunk, but still the regular dunk will push through as everybody was just kind of scrambling underneath that basket.
Yeah, it seems to be a stalemate here between both teams. That's going to roll in for WD, but now it's going to be up to Second Hold'em to see if they can break down the defense once again. There we go, again, straight to the rim. Lunacy just keeps them guessing what he's going to do each possession.
fantastic stuff coming in from both of our teams. Really going to go about it. And there you go. The MVP putback dunk denied. I thought that was going to be a quickie, but that's not going to work out. Although, far away distance shot from Smexy at least keeps his teammate on the offensive, on the lead. But second Hold'em punch back 12-12.
Yeah, Lunacy right now taking over the game in that mode of his. Right now it's expired though, but that really got kept. Second Hold'em in the game as Smexy was getting into his groove.
Oh, nice little roll into the basket as it is. And a minute left into the clock. This has been a high-scoring game. Everybody's really good on the defense, but it seems like it's not going to be enough. King Jataime wanted to go in for that volleyball dunk, but it's just a bit too far, a bit too high for him to manage a block on that particular attempt.
Yeah, the tension is high. It seems like whoever makes the next misstep could be brutal in this game. WD takes back the lead once again.
We're not done with any of these. Ryota passing it back to his teammate, really trying to go for that opening, but Duncan Master, he has honed the skill, he has opened up the opportunity, and now Smexy, he's gonna try to just maybe buy a lot more time here rather than try to shoot the basket quickly enough. He's bidding his deed, he's opening up opportunities, and he's giving that opening for his teammate King Jataime, hitting it for the 4 advantage.
That was the defining sequence of the game right there, and another block. That should be the nail in the coffin.
Oh.
Just keeping second Hold'em away, but they finally get the 2 points, but a lot of seconds were burned off in that possession.
They're just going to have to run away with this, or yeah, they're just going to try to keep playing it at the far end. This is where Lunacy has to try to steal the ball, but yeah, it's not going to happen as they're passing it way too close proximity to each other, and that is going to be game number 1. It was more back and forth than I was expecting, but WD still thread the needle, able to move to the groove and get that first game in their pockets at TK.
Yeah, that was really tense going down because you knew what second Hold'em was about to do with each and every possession. They were just waiting and waiting for WD to kind of misstep a little bit, but it never came, and in the end they weren't able to overcome that lead.
Yeah, it was just a 2-point lead, but with 14 seconds and you know that your opponent's going to just try to keep away with the ball, it's not going to be an easy time whatsoever to do so. But looking straight into our scoreboard here, it's actually just as neck and neck as I would think. I think the only stat that we're seeing kind of differ here is the blocks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Duncan Masters kind of swatted a lot of zigzag shots as he drove towards the basket because we saw a lot of that coming from the gameplay of second Hold'em. But overall, it's just a really well contested game, and it should be close once again as we go into game 2 of the series. Just a good game here after we saw a blowout in that first series. This one turning out to be a nail-biter.
This would just mean that there's a lot more possessions as well for second Hold'em here. But the problem with them is they're just not able to maneuver around the defensive capabilities of their opponents of WD. And that's why you're seeing these 7 blocks in total. And even though, they have more possessions, they have more opportunities, the way that they attack, again, even though they added a bit of layers, it's still the same thing. Lunacy will attack the rim. Zigzag's going to be either going for those jumpers or trying to attack the rim himself, and that's where King Jataime and Duncan Master with their Kazushi and Hanamichi pick seems to really flourish their TK.
Yeah, just I don't feel like we're going to be seeing any adjustments here up in this upcoming game just because of, I think the game plan is pretty well set. It was just a difference of the bounce of the ball there in that game that kind of went the way of WD going into their win over here. Now they're only 1 game away from advancing onto the grand final.
Yeah, and now we're just moments away from figuring out who's going to be the opponents that will go up against God. Honestly, if I feel like it's going to be either second Hold'em or WD, they still might be at advantage. I feel like God plays such a, what's the word here? A really straightforward but fundamentally sound game.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with that Chris as the Hanamichi player in the middle. That's kind of like the backbone of how they play on defense, and also just spreading the floor on offense as well.
Yeah.
Just looking forward to that grand final. Yeah, for sure.
For sure. This is actually kind of a bit of a question here. What if WD wins already and goes into the grand finals? Would it create a bit of a weird dynamic because both Chris and Duncan Master like to play the Hanamichi? That would be quite interesting, right?
Yeah, that would be interesting just in terms of seeing on that draft room process who's going to be getting that first pick, if they're going to steal that from each other, because we just keep on mentioning, man, that draft room, it looks a bit boring, but that's half of the battle, just getting the players you want to fit in your strategy. And we've seen teams get thrown off their strategy if they don't get the players they were anticipating.
Yeah, because again, because we're playing Slam Dunk Mobile, each and every character player that you do pick up has their own strengths, weaknesses, pros and cons, and feel when you're trying to play them, right? And that's obviously such a dumb moment for me. If you've been playing, you obviously know that already, and I'm just pointing it out here once again for our own topic. It's more of because there is that particular factor, drafting becomes a more dynamic and really impactful portion of each of our matches here, and that's where you're seeing some teams really crumble, because some of the teams, they really wanted to get their own Mackies, they really want to get maybe their own Sendos, but now looking forward into this one, second game, we're already at series points, second hold'em, they gotta hold out.
Yeah, for sure, but just gonna see if these two teams are gonna be making any changes going into this second game. Can WD up ahead here in the series. One more game away from the grand final. Again, the prize is 100,000 vouchers for the champion team. Second place was 60,000. So they're playing for a lot here, and that's why they're trying so hard to get to that final stage.
Man. And there's only like 3 players as well in WD. Second hold'em, they have a kitten caboodle of a whole roster, and they need to throw everything they have right now. Who else do they think that might be a good answer to WD, who has such a well-rounded set of players here? It's going to be fantastic to see, and now we're just moments away. Once again, we'd like to thank everybody right now who is tuning in, guys, and if you haven't, please do claim your codes already. We're going to be showing it when we're in game as well, when we do have, or we show the faces of the casters, which is us. Anyways, TK, we've gone to the draft.
Oh, interestingly, Zigzags going with the Hanamichi. We haven't seen him go with that interior post player so far in this tournament, so that's a pretty interesting pick. Smexy as well going with Tatsumasa. So every team just kind of throwing away their game plans from the past games. It seems like this is a whole new game here.
This makes sense. WD's was the one team that we saw use actually the Akira Sendo with King Jataime, and I think what's going to happen here is the dynamic is Akira Sendo is the one who always will be attacking the basket first, and then he has an option to find someone who attacks from a farther distance with Oda, and it has someone who also helps him out attack that rim with the Naito. And looking at the other side, have not seen a Tatsumari really find success in the tournament. It might be looking good in ranks or in probably the other qualifiers before the top 16, but coming into the best players from each region, it just does not work.
Yeah, that's an interesting picks by all of the teams here. Let's see how it works out. First possession goes to WD, and they quickly try at the first attempt. Does not go in though. There we see the Sendo though going right to work. Back to Oda, and they still can't get on the board.
And still, possession of the ball always going into the favor here of WD, but finally with the Hanamichi, the speed to run at the ball is in his court, in his favor. Backing away to King Jataime, Smexy is going to be able to widely take that shot. 2 points for WD.
Yeah, getting on the board there. That's his shot. That's a mid-range jumper that Smexy is going to be aiming to get in this game. And then block there. Yoshinori gets swatted away. Lunacy has to figure out how to use Yoshinori well.
Oh, King Jataime though. Okay. Trying to wrap around. Smexy once again. Ooh. What a play. What a move around the post. He just kind of twirled around it like a ballerina and just smoothly rolled in the ball on the layup.
Yeah, that's a good combo that that character has, and Smexy knows how to use it. Easy 2 points, and that is a big lead by WD to start the game against 6-0. We've seen this tape being played in the first series of the semifinals, and second Hold'em have got to figure out how to get back into this game in a hurry.
Now here comes the problem. Hanamichi's great with the defensive capabilities, right? The rebounding and everything. He's able to chase the ball anywhere it goes in. But the problem is, if he doesn't have that opportunity to actually chase the ball around, and his opponent can just shoot from any distance, any corner, any position, it's not really going to prove its dividends. Anyways, Zigzags, of course, showing to us that he can still hit those, but it immediately gets answered back by Smexy. 6-point lead for WD.
Yeah, just that change of game plan by second Hold'em. Maybe they're trying to gamble at something to really catch WD off their guard and come away with a quick blitz to score, but it has backfired so far as WD continues to pile onto this lead.
Yeah, they're just keeping this on. Lunacy hits one of those really crucial threes. Will at least keep a bit more of a tight knit on that gap. Bit of a really quick movement of the ball from King Jataime as he's hoping to maybe open something up for Smexy, but does something off of himself. It's not going to work out, and the rebound goes into the favor of second Hold'em, who wants to go for another three-pointer. They're opening up for Lunacy, but in his face is Jataime as well as Smexy.
The thing here is that they do not need to go for the three. They're going to go for it, but they don't need to just yet. They could go for a two and try a three later. Nonetheless, they're still getting those offensive boards. They're still trying to get it. It's so tough to find a gap here in the defense of WD.
Look at the movements of WD there. Once somebody was off of Lunacy, it immediately got picked up by Duncan Master, but not shying away from an opportunity. Zigzags is the one to actually charge it right in. Speaking of just charging everything, we got ourselves another lone shot wolf come out from Smexy, or the first one for this particular game. 5-point lead for WD, and Lunacy just kept getting the ball swatted away from his hand as he tries to attempt to hit a three from afar.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a way to get Lunacy open. Gets blocked there at the rim. They got to be scrambling right now to just find some 2 points. Another block by WD. The buzzer expires, but they have the possession anyways. WD have a chance to get a big lead, but they're just going to burn time away.
They're probably looking to charge up that ultimate of his. A quick block. Oh, the twists, the turns, but still, second Hold'em is, to their namesake, is actually holding out quite nicely here. Is that three-point actually going to shoot in? Not going to work out, but that MVP put-back dunk from Zigzags is only making it better for Hold'em as it's 3-point away for a tie.
That's going to be a close game. They just need to stop here because they have time on that shot clock to still tie it up. They just need to stop here. If they can, they do get the block and they do get the ball. A three-pointer is going to be needed here. They're going to free it up, get the three-point attempt, but it rims off the front. The ball goes back to WD, and the opportunity is missed by second Hold'em there.
No, this is just... Okay, alley-oop dunk. Timing from Leroy is fantastic. Ball possession, though, can actually be done by Lunacy. What you gonna do? Ultimate. Oh, my goodness. And 1 point from the possession. Can he throw out a ball? It's up to Naito. Just throw it out. Overtime.
Just great poise there by second Hold'em to just wait it out, wait to block that ultimate dunk by Naito, and it pays off by being able to push this game to overtime. We're back at square one for the final minute.
Okay, King Jataime trying to go for those fadeaway shots, but not working out. Lunacy, he is showing to us that his Tatsumari is something to be feared of, especially with the teamwork that his teammates have put into this second game. It's looking mighty fine, but still speaking of which, because we do have that draw, I feel like the momentum is still in the favor of WD, and second hold'em, they're just trying to grasp as quickly or as deeply as they can the situation.
Yeah, because in the end, that Sendo is just going to be such a tough player to guard, especially from that baseline fadeaway jumper.
Okay. You have an opening for Lunacy here. He's trying, but Smexy and King Jataime, they're just hot on his tracks, hot on his trail. But of course, that opens up a lot for Zigzags, who can just attack at the rim in such quick speeds.
WD with the advantage here. They can just wait out for that final shot and look for the ball to go into the hands of Jataime, or that Lone Wolf shot, and the buzzer beating Lone Wolf ultimate shot. That should seal it unless they can get a quick shot off. It is not in time. That is the closest of close ways to end the game. The win there off the Lone Wolf shot buzzer beater. What a way to end that game, man.
I'm not entirely sure how the specific possession of the ball goes, right? If you lose and it goes to the other team, I'm not sure how the rotation goes. I don't really count it as much, but they were probably hoping that Lunacy was the one who got the ball immediately on that possession, so that Leroy did not have to pass to his teammate, waste that time, and basically give also time for WD there to go all up in the face of Lunacy to just block him. That could have actually been a really, really good three if only Lunacy had the ball straight up as the possession came to the favor of second hold'em there.
No surprises here. Smexy with the MVP of the game with that buzzer beating Lone Wolf ultimate shot. But props, big time props to second hold'em for just putting it in there, just fighting their way back even after falling down 6-0, pushing it to overtime. Unfortunately, they will not be advancing to the grand final and will have to settle for that bronze medal game. Congratulations, WD, for pushing on. And we're going to see who's going to be the MVP of the series in a bit.
That was a definite nail biter, if I do say so myself. Really, really pushing everything here to the uttermost limit. And like you said, we are just waiting for the MVP before anything else. But not going to lie, I feel like it's going to be King Jataime who's going to be the MVP on this one. That first and second game really set up to the pace by himself, and he's done a good job as well, being as the Akira Sendo. Not really as high scoring as we're expecting, but his ability to move the ball around, like I did say, has accumulated to those 4 assists that we're seeing right now on the scoreboard.
6.5 to wait to see a bit, but once again we have the final series set up. It's gonna be WD going up against God. GUD, hype yourselves up for that final series. But before we get there, we're gonna have the bronze medal game. Before you forget, obviously these teams just really fought their way over here. Second hold'em will be playing against Yone in that bronze medal game. That'll be a best of 5 series coming up in a bit after we see who will be the MVP of this series. It's just a great game played by these two teams. Kind of a sad ending that they had to face each other off in the semifinals.
Yeah, it really, really was. Honestly, I wanted to see something a bit more, but Smexy from WD actually going to be the one to get that MVP. Okay, quite interesting. I'll let you break down the stats here, my man.
Yeah, Smexy, I mean, he played a bit better. That's a bit more impactful in scoring in that second game. Just using that Oda character, average 9 points per game. But those blocks, I think, were really the factor that played in here, as well as the assists that did really well for Smexy. I'm trying to figure out if the field goal percentage is around 90%, but yeah, we'll see if they can fix it up for that. But nonetheless, a really good series played by Smexy. He'll get some rest, and then we'll see what he can do in the grand final later on. Yep.
I mean, that would just mean that we have all of our teams already, as you've been mentioning, my friend. It is going to be, once again, actually, I'll just wait for the brackets to be shown for a moment. Oh, wait. The graphics is actually not correct. I believe it's not Smexy here. Or am I wrong?
No, I think no. Earlier, I think it was the field goal percentage was at 0.9. Should have been. Yeah, that was it.
No, anyways,
go into the brackets, man.
Yeah, okay. So now as I was mentioning a while ago, I wanted to wait for the brackets to be shown before anything else because I wanted to create that tension here a little bit, guys, as the final teams have been set in place. God and WD will be playing for the finals for that best of 7 as our best of 3, or rather our fight for third, the bronze match. It's going to be a best of 5. That's the one we're going to be watching out first. It's Yane versus second Hold'em. This could be a nail biter as well. The other one could be, but I feel like we talked about it a bit earlier, a while ago, that God feels to have such a really good grasp in this Season 2 tournament. And even if WD is such an amazing team as well, they might not have that much fuel or strength in their muscles to be able to beat God in a best of 7.
Yeah, but as you see now, we're done with the semifinals, and we're going to be heading to the grand finals after we go to that bronze medal game. So a lot more action left here to witness. And don't forget, it's going to be a best of 5 series in the bronze medal game. So don't quickly turn off after you see your team maybe losing that first game and struggling in the second game. There's still a lot more Slam Dunk Mobile to watch, and that grand final series of 7 games. We're just going to wait and see how those teams play. Just a lot of great gameplay we've seen here in these past 2 series. And there's going to be a lot more, Asrai.
Yeah, again, guys, you're not going to be left in the dust by the devs, by the organizers of this tournament. There's also a couple of codes that you guys can pick up right now. I believe it just vanished for a moment, but you can come back after that break, and you're going to be seeing it at the bottom left of your screen when you see our faces, of the casters' faces, and you're going to be seeing it on the top right of your screen when you're looking at the in-games. And yeah, we still have 2 more series to go before this night ends, but it only gets better from here on out because it's now the fight for third and the fight to see who's going to be crowned kings. I believe it was Hold'em, the first Hold'em, that won the first season, but now they're nowhere to be seen because they got taken out. And just to clarify here, the one that took out Hold'em is the one that is now here in the finals, which is God.
Yeah, and they've just been playing so well, so deservedly so that they're now in the finals. Just looking forward to see how their game plan will be. But man, after going through all of these rounds, there's just so many tactics, so many players being seen. So a lot more left to see. Just a couple of more series to play before we see who will be the champion of this Champion Cup Season 2. Don't forget to come back to us after a short break to pick up the bronze medal series in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Looking for that opening once again, but I am kind of wondering what happened with that one as he tries to just jump up and
Second Hold'em is really going to spam that play, going to the baseline and then going to those two shooters and
just roll in a nice little layup. Now back into the possession of WD. Oh, the fadeaway Emperor able to find anything though. But once again, he tries to do so. Duncan Master trying to pick up the roll ball, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Aloy tries to attack, gives it, but that slam dunk is already, how would you say it, is televised. Everybody knew it was going to be coming, and now not a lot of time in the world as there's going to be. This is where it becomes really difficult to deal with the Maki. If it's just a 1 versus 1, you're not going to have any opportunity. And even in the defensive posture of our teams, really going to go about it. And there you go, the MVP putback dunk denied. Clock. This has been a high-scoring game. Everybody's really good on the defense, but it seems like he's going to try to just maybe buy a lot more time here rather than try to shoot the basket quickly enough. He's bidding his deed, getting it a 4 advantage.
That was the defining sequence of the game right there, and another block. That should be the nail in the court.
Each speed to run up the ball is in his court, in his favor. Backing away to King Jataime. Smexy is going to be able to
use Yoshinori well.
Oh, King Jataime though. Okay. Trying to wrap around. Smexy once again in any position. It's not really going to prove its dividends. Anyways, Zigzags, of course, showing to us that
to really catch WD off their guard and come away with a quick blitz to score, but it
immediately got picked up by Duncan Master, but not shying away from an opportunity. Zigzags is the one to actually charge it right in.
Big lead, but they're just gonna burn time away.
And they're probably looking to charge up that ultimate. Bill second hold'em is to their namesake is actually holding out quite nicely here. Is that 3-point actually going to shoot in?
Opportunity is missed by second hold'em there.
No, this is just okay. Alley-oop dunk.
Oh.
Timing from Leroy is fantastic. Ball possession though can actually be done by Lunacy. What you gonna do? Ultimate. Oh my god! With the teamwork that his teammates have put into this second game, it's looking mighty fine. But still, speaking of which, because we do have that draw,
Advantage here, they can just wait out for that final shot and look for the ball to go into the hands of Shitaime.
nice pass. I never give up until it's over. All right, good job. All right, good job.
眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものようにカードを君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのに
All right, good job.
腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみる眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものようにカードを君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時 界が終わるまでは離れることもないそう願っていた君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時をぶち壊したい君が好きだ離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついて世界が終わる前に聞かせておくれよ満開の花が似合いNice pass! I never give up until it's over. All right, good job. All right, good job. 眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついて 界が終わるまでは離れることもないそう願っていた君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時をぶち壊したい君が好きだ離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りつい
Looking for that opening once again, but zigzags. I am kind of wondering what happened with that one as he tries to just jump up and
Like second Hold'em is really gonna spam that play, going to the baseline and then going to those two shooters and
underneath that rim and then just roll in a nice little layup. Now back into the possession of WD. Oh, and the fadeaway Emperor's time on the opening. Not really able to find anything though. But once again, he tries to do so. Duncan Master trying to pick up the roll ball, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Aloy all tries to attack, gives it, but that slam dunk is already, how would you say it, is televised. Everybody knew it was going to be coming, and now not a lot of time in the world as there's going to be. This is where it becomes really difficult to deal with the Maki. If it's just a 1 versus 1, you're not going to have any opportunity. And even in the defensive posture of our teams, really going to go about it. And there you go, the MVP putback dunk denied. A minute left into the clock. This has been a high-scoring game. Everybody's really good on the defense, but it seems like he's gonna try to just maybe buy a lot more time here rather than try to shoot the basket quickly enough. He's bidding his deed, getting it a 4 advantage.
that was the defining sequence of the game right there, and another block. That should be the nail in the court.
Each speed to run at the ball is in his court, in his favor. Backing away to King Jataime. Smexy is gonna be able to
use Yoshinori well.
Oh, King Jataime though. Okay. Trying to wrap around. Smexy once again in any position. It's not really gonna prove its dividends. Anyways, Zigzags of course showing to us that
Seeing to really catch WD off their guard and come away with a quick blitz to score, but it
immediately got picked up by Duncan Master, but not shying away from an opportunity. Zigzags is the one to actually charge it right in.
WD have a chance to get a big lead, but they're just gonna burn time away.
And they're probably looking to charge up that ultimate. It burns, but still, second Hold'em is to their namesake, is actually holding out quite nicely here. Is that 3-point actually going to shoot?
Opportunity is missed by second Hold'em there.
No, this is just okay. Alley-oop dunk. Timing from Leroy is fantastic. Ball possession though can actually be done by Lunacy. What you gonna do? Ultimate. Oh my goodness! With the teamwork that his teammates have put into this second game, it's looking mighty fine. But still, speaking of which, because we do have that draw
advantage here, they can just wait out for that final shot and look for the ball to go into the hands of a Jataime or that lone wolf shot.
It's Lunacy looking for that opening once again, but Zigzags. I am kind of wondering what happened with that one as he tries to just jump up and
Hold'em is really gonna spam that play, going to the baseline and then going to those two shooters and
it's like keep that rim and then just roll in a nice little layup. Now back into the possession of WD. Oh, and the fadeaway Emperor's on the opening. Not really able to find anything though. But once again, he tries to do so. Duncan Master trying to pick up the roll ball, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Aloy tries to attack, gives it, but that slam dunk is already, how would you say it, is televised. Everybody knew it was going to be coming, and now not a lot of time in the world as there's it up. This is where it becomes really difficult to deal with the Maki. If it's just a 1 versus 1, you're not going to have any opportunity. And even in the defensive posture of our teams, really going to go about it. And there you go, the MVP putback dunk denied. A minute left into the clock. This has been a high-scoring game. Everybody's really good on the defense, but it seems like he's going to try to just maybe buy a lot more time here rather than try to shoot the basket quickly enough. He's bidding his deed. He's a 4 advantage.
That was the defining sequence of the game right there, and another block. That should be the nail in the coffin.
Speed.
Welcome back, and we're here for the bronze medal game of the Southeast Asia Slam Dunk Champions Cup Season 2. We've made it all this way. We're down to only 2 more series. But first, we'll start with a bronze medal game between these two teams, Yone and Second Hold'em. It'll be a best-of-5 series. These two teams have done well so far, but unfortunately, were unable to make it all the way to the grand final. What do you think of this series, Hasarai?
I think it's going to be a bit of a doozy here, but coming forward into this one, I feel like, again, looking at just how the players have performed throughout the day, I feel like Yone might have a bit of an advantage against Second Hold'em. Second Hold'em feels like they're a good team. They have really good fundamentals. They have really good set strategies, but I think those set strategies go as far as just up until 4th place. I could be wrong, though. They might be able to go further and beyond and at least hit the highest mark that they can right now, which is that bronze match or that bronze medal. But for now, I feel like Yone might just be a bit better for them to go up against.
And we saw that in that semifinal series for Second Hold'em against WD. They had a good game plan, but at a point, it just doesn't work as better as it can, and WD took advantage of that on the way. Still, though, 2 very good teams, as we'll be seeing in just a bit. Yone, of course, with that lineup of McDowell, Rakas, and Hasidong just working out so well together so far, getting them here. Second Hold'em, Leroy, Zigzags, and Lunacy, the point guard of that team. We'll just see how they match up in just a bit and see which players that they're going to be picking up.
Yeah, Lunacy seems to really struggle with the Tatsumari. Again, we know that Tatsumari can really be a deadly sniper from that 3-point line, but the biggest problem to that is there's just too many big men that just can move around so quickly in the half court that I feel like Tatsumari doesn't see his stock. Maybe moving forward, maybe once we get the full roster of teams and we get a possible 5 versus 5 and we get to full court, that's where the 3-pointers can really hit their mark. But for now, since it's half court, since we have big movable threats like a Hanamichi, it's just not really an ideal world for those snipers, those 3-point snipers to be more specific.
And another thing is just that he's so small. So once we get on to defense, it's like I think the last game it was Tatsumasa against Yoshinori, and it was just shooting over him every single time. So that's something that kind of works on the way to the efficiency of using that character.
Yeah, his interference doesn't feel like an interference.
Yeah.
And we're showing up the brackets real quick for a refresh on you guys. You see the quarterfinals already. It's Yone, God, WD, Second Hold'em that accelerated into the semifinals, and then it was God and WD that we saw at the start of this second day that really showed their stock. Now here's the kind of difference to these two teams going into the grand finals. God up against Yone, they had a really substantial lead in both of those games at about 10 points advantage, if I'm not mistaken. But for WD and Second Hold'em, those were about 2 to 4 point difference. So there might be a bit of a gap here. Transitive property doesn't really work in tournaments, but at least we have a metric to look out for, right?
For sure. That's something to look at. And of course, let's go through the prizes that these teams will be going for again. The game coming up here between between Yone and Second Hold'em, that's the bronze medal game. So 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, let me check again. 3rd place is going to be getting 30,000 vouchers, and 4th place is going away with 15,000 vouchers. If that seems like a lot to you, I mean, the champions are going to be getting 100, and 2nd place is going to be getting 60,000. So, I mean, the 1st place is getting as much as the 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place combined. So, like, that's a lot. That's what they're playing for, and that's why they're putting in so much effort to win this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much on the line right now, and it can definitely help them accelerate their progression in the game itself. So it seems like we do have a bit of technical issue, guys. We do apologize for that. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we do come back, we're going to be continuing with that bronze match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So all right, good job. All right, good job. 眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない許さない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく世界が終わるまでは離れることもないそう願っていた君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時を打ち壊したい君が好きだ離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついて世界が終わる前に聞かせておくれよ満開の花が似合い little. All right, good job. All right, good job. 眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのに All right, good job. 腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて立ち上がった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく世界が終わるまでは離れることもないそう願っていた君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時をぶち壊したい君が好きだ離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついて世界が終わる前に聞かせておくれよ満開の花が似合い Alright, good job. 眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのに
Alright, good job.
腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない許さない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく世界が終わるまでは離れることもないそう願っていた君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく時を打ち壊したい君が好きだ離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついて世界が終わる前に聞かせておくれよ満開の花が似合い title. All right, good job. All right, good job. 眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのに All right, good job. 腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう凍りついてく
Good afternoon. We're back once again. This is the bronze medal game of the Southeast Asia Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2. We're back after just some sort of technical issues. Now we're back ready to head into the games. It's going to be Yone up against second Hold'em in this series. Once again, just to remind you, it is a best of 5 series here to determine who will win third prize. What do you think of this matchup coming up, Asrai? Just to remind the viewers again after we talked a bit about that earlier.
Yeah, again, before we went into that slightly long break, wanted to talk about how it felt like Second Hold'em has all the tools necessary to be a top team, but the problem is they fall a bit short in, I think, just being able to branch out a little bit more on their own specific style of play. It might be good, it might be great going up against the other teams that went through the qualifiers, maybe even the top 16. But when you're going at breakneck speeds against the top 8, top 4, it might just fall a little bit short. And we did see that. You might say, Asarai, calling you on your BS, it's not really happening for, it wasn't really, that's not really true. But you did see it happen when they went up against WD in that semifinals match, that best of 3. It went 2-0. Yes, Second Hold'em kept it close. We ended with about a 2-point differential, but the problem was it still was a 2-point differential, and they got no wins at all from that best of 3.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, though, it's been raining a little bit here in Thailand, but we're just waiting to see if it's going to rain on the court whenever the game starts to commence. Right now, the lineups for both teams is coming up in just a bit. Again, this will be Yone against second Hold'em for bronze in the Champion Cup this season. They've been just playing so well, and just a little bit more before we find out who will place at third and fourth.
And again, we are hovering over both Yane and second Hold'em. We did see a lot of McDowell, Rakas, and Hasidong for the Yone lineup. They haven't used Cappuccino, I believe, at all from day 1 and day 2. For second Hold'em, it's been Leroy, Zigzags, and Lunacy that they have been utilizing quite more. And here's the nail biter here. For both teams, they actually have players that have been playing a bit suboptimal. And by that, I mean, I think they do tend to shine a lot, but there are some games where they kind of just falter a lot more. And wanted to point out for Yane, it was Racket, and for second Hold'em, definitely Lunacy.
We'll have to see which players that they go through. Of course, this is the selection phase. Rakas going with Nobunaga with that first pick. Looking over at Hold'em side, Leroy goes with Kazuma, and Zigzags goes with Hanamichi. Second Hold'em going with that surprising lineup that we saw in the second game against WD that they barely lost as they dropped down to this bronze medal game.
Oh, Mitsui is going to be brought out here into the open. What is this going to allow for them? I know Hanamichi is a great player, power forward to be utilized, but I don't think he's a good, how do I say this, a good improvise or a good replacement to maybe a Nobunaga or even an Oda, but we'll have to see how they use that, because Mitsui definitely need that space created to hit those three-pointers from that line. And on the other end, I feel like Yone has a more solid lineup here, but time will tell. Time will tell.
Yeah. Interestingly, we aren't seeing Amaki being picked up here in this series, so that's going to be a bit interesting. But we do see a Toru being picked up. So there we go. This is the start of the bronze medal game. Remember, this is a best of 5 series. Second Hold'em starts the game, gets blocked from behind, but they still have control of the possession.
I say it's been a great amount of blocks already from McDowell, who is using that Toru, if I'm not mistaken, with the eyeglasses. I think there's a Toru in the trailer that had the the non-eyeglass. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, that was from the manga when he got his glasses got knocked off, right? Kind of made him play a little bit better. Let's see if that works here in the game as well.
The glasses were a lie. Anyways, second Hold'em does get the start in this differential on the points already, and an opening here from Lunacy. This pickup on somebody who's a faster, how do you say this, 3-point player, really opening stuff up for the second Hold'em roster.
And also the matchup there is between Lunacy and Hasidong. So Lunacy has that height advantage to take those 3-pointers up above Hasidong, who's using that Yoshinori character.
Well, it's not going to be a 3-pointer, but McDowell goes in for the fadeaway onto the Toru. He hits it from that mid-range. Now Lunacy trying to at least move the ball around a bit more, spinning, trying to get away from his defender, but in the end, Zigzags will be reigning a bit more true with his shots. The second Hold'em looking to be a much better team coming into this bronze match.
Yeah, coming out right of the gates, but Yone still has something left in their pockets. Taking out that 3-pointer to keep it still a game right now at this point.
Okay. Keeping the ball in that rotation once again. Kazuma picks up the ball. Leroy bringing it back to Lunacy, who wants to go in for that layup and actually shakes off his defender. Great movement coming out there from Lunacy.
Yeah, Lunacy making that Mitsui character work really well so far in the start of this game. Yone is still trying to find a way to penetrate and get those shots inside.
Hasidong up against a bigger body here. Tries to go in. And Rakas hasn't had the time of day from that last series, but he's putting a bit of scoring right now on the board.
And it's been a close game, but Lunacy, they're extending the gap, using that MVP rollback into a three-pointer. 5-point lead with 2 minutes left for second hold'em.
This is where the brutality of three-pointers show their mark. No matter how much success you have underneath that paint, there's always going to be a point above you because of the three-point differential. And in any case here, it's working much better for second hold'em. Hasadong not really lucky as yet with a Tatsumari. And here we go, the under over, only against the one. That's going to be a surefire way to get more points on that board.
Closing in quickly is Yone. Now, that defense by Toru has been a difference maker for Yone to get back into this game.
Now straight up into the interfered defender, bringing it back with the ultimate of Leroy there, who gives it back to Lunacy. But of course, with too many personnel in front of him, Zigzag saves the day once again with a quick little jump.
There's still plenty of time left in this game, but oh man, the defense from both teams starting to pick up. And they need to just find a better way to get into that hoop. There, a three-pointer to tie it up. Finally by Yone, we're back at square one. A minute, 27 seconds left.
Lunacy getting a bit too comfortable, just okay with that interfere. He has to jump and try to go for the blocks because Hasadong, he's not going to miss an opportunity to try to go for that three-point if he can. Ultimate used here by the Toru, and he just shakes off two defenders. That's the power of the center for you, and his accuracy at that range, deadly.
Yeah, the two players from second hold'em were waiting for the block there, even though the slow animation just wouldn't come, unable to block. And now Yone turning the tables, flipping the script, going ahead by 5 points in just a span of a minute.
Hasadong blocking with Tatsumari. That's some beautiful stuff. I mean, he's a small dude, 5'3" in his height, but he still gets those. In any case, though, we're not done just yet, of course. It's a back and forth. It's a power struggle between Yone and second hold'em. Like we saw at the very start, second hold'em, they got the advantage to intro quite well. But as the game progresses, they start to lose a grip. But maybe with this ultimate, this zone in, it's going to be good. But Hasadong misses a beat.
Second hold'em can still get it. They have that Mitsui character to tie the game up. Time running down that shot clock. 8 seconds left. They're looking for the opening. They try to go for the dunk, but it doesn't come up. Fade away. Big time block there to force the 18-second violation. Big defensive play by Rakas.
You could already see Rakas is going to, just bring it all the way across and keep throwing that ball around. That's going to be it. It should be a Yone win, if ever.
Yeah, that should seal the deal there. 5-point game. Nothing much left for second hold'em to do, and then wait for time to run out and adjust their game plan strategy going into game 2 of the series.
Hasadong leaves his defender and gives it all to Rakas, who will keep the ball in his hands, and Yone accelerates this best of 5 straight up with the first game. Not the end of the world just yet. It's a best of 5. Second hold'em have some opportunities to adjust, but they lost the lead. They got a sizable lead too.
Yeah, they were up, I think, by 12-7 somewhere at the 2-minute mark, but Yone just turned it around, turned it into a 19-14 lead just by virtue of sticking it and taking Mitsui away from those three-pointers. It worked out, and there's a lot of second hold'em there as they head into this game too.
Yeah, definitely. Although I gotta say, second hold'em showed a lot more ferocity and grit going forward into that first game. I definitely enjoyed how Lunacy was a bit more fluid with his movements. Really did give a lot more opportunities for them to start creating space and taking shots, and it really translated in. But at the end, like you said, there was just that flip of the script, that one point of opportunity here for Yone, and they did not miss a beat in taking that in. And look at how spread the points are for this Yone squad. 4, 8, 9.
McDowell there, I think the stat that pops up from his MVP line is just those 6 blocks. He did a really good job of just keeping everything away out of the basket for the team, and it just shows. Though we've seen McDowell struggle when he transitions to using those offensive-oriented center characters, but did a good job here with Toru. Let's see if they stick with that, or maybe go back to Jun Uozumi or some other guys.
Well, we'll see how that undergoes. I'm curious if we're gonna be seeing second Hold'em maybe pick up this Mitsui once again for lunacy, or actually they could actually just secure Zigzax's Hanamichi once again. It seems to be a much better option for them because he does have more time to move around the court and just get the ball, keep rolling into their hands with those rebounds. But we'll see how that goes as we go deeper into this best of 5.
Yeah, I thought that Lunacy was already a bit comfortable playing either the Maki or Miyagi player, but we tried turning it to Misui. It worked for the earlier parts of the game, but didn't really work out as Yone just flipped their gears and got into a really good groove there to get into the lead.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's just a bit more of a toss-up if Yone can keep the pressure rolling. But again, I did not expect this to be a much more tied matchup than I was expecting. Second Hold'em, where was this team when we were in the semifinals? Where was this lineup when we went to the semifinals? They went in for I think just a suboptimal team that they were not as effective with. They might be more used to it, but this one that they're showing right now into the bronze match definitely looked a bit more natural moving forward. In any case, we are just going to be waiting for the next game to go underway. Again, it's a best of 5, so there is still a bit more chance here for second Hold'em to just hold out a bit longer and maybe work with their comeback.
Yeah, but this just says about the quality of WD, the team that beat second Hold'em in the previous round, how good they are, and going up against a team like second Hold'em, a good team like second Hold'em, and being able to sweep them 2-0. I think that really spells of how good the teams that will be playing in the finals are, and we'll be seeing that later. But for right now, we're going to be checking up the lineups for these two teams in Game 2 just a bit. As you mentioned earlier, this is not a do or die just yet. It's a best of 5 series. So second Hold'em, they'll have a chance to go up ahead by 2, or Yone can tie it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, definitely. There's more options with best of 5s. That's why it's really good to be able to put yourself in that scenario, because you have more time to talk about with your team, with what you can try to utilize as the game or as the matches progress. And now we are going to be looking at this second game to go underway. Second Hold'em will have that first pick priority. And what are they going to try to do? Honestly, I'm already looking at Zigzags to just keep getting his Hanamichi. He works well. He might have just slightly fell off, but his Hanamichi definitely was pretty solid.
Yeah, but I just want to see what Lunacy is going to do. He seems to be the player that controls the tempo of this team. And if they can pick up that Maki or Miyagi player, that seems to be what might be playing to their favor up against Yone.
There it is. Hanamichi once again picked up by Zigzags. Makes a lot of sense here. But Yone, their master plan doesn't really rely on the Sakuragi as much. So Kazuma and Nobunaga, that's going to be one of them. And Hasedong should be looking forward again to that Tatsumari as Lunacy. Basically the same roster.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. Just those two big guys, and Mitsui once again off on Yone. They're going with an all Kainan lineup, and again we're not seeing a Maki being picked up here in the bronze medal round.
I mean, maybe they don't need it. They don't need it.
Well, second Hold'em didn't need it in their first matchup, indeed. Let's see if they can still go through for another win.
We're going to be ending this series early, in like a 3-0 for Yone. They look really solid on that comeback. But, of course, we're all talk. These guys are going to be doing the walk. And here we go, second game, jump ball already.
Second Hold'em starts out with the first possession. Again, there we see Mitsui. There's not a lot of ball handling on this squad aside from Mitsui, and that might not spell well for second Hold'em.
That's definitely true. Yone here just slamming it away with Nobunaga. That's kind of like the difficult thing that you have to do. Nobunaga, he's not a straightforward dunker. He actually just swings wide to the right. So you have to anticipate his right hand rather than his left. And you have to kind of time it with that. And if you're just a slight bit out of angle, he's going to slam that in without any point of contention from a block here. And speaking of point of no contention for a block, it seems like a nice little slam there from McDowell secures them another point.
Good move there by a second Hold'em to get the points on the board. Again, we've seen that if teams go down by 6-0, it's just so tough to get back in. A big 3 there to get the lead up to 7 by Hasidong. Again, that Yoshinori character coming into play.
And now they're keeping things afloat for second Hold'em as they try to use Zigzag's ability to attack the rim with breakneck speeds because he's leaving the defenders. But this also kind of leaves Yone with opportunities because they just get more chances to attack. And then Hasidong is left to his own devices, hitting so many threes.
Yeah, but now the three-pointer is starting to rain in for Hasidong. Yone starting to get into groove. It gets blocked there on the ultimate though.
For some reason, this is the first time that we're seeing a Tatsumari. What's the word here, TK? Work well. Work.
Yeah, efficiently. I think this is the most efficient we've seen that character being used here so far, and Yone enjoying a 4-point lead because of it, but still plenty of time left. But if he keeps getting blocked like that, might not be a lot that second Hold'em can do.
Okay, what is... I've been calling him Tatsumari for so long, I actually made a mistake. It's Yoshinori. For some reason, my brain has mixed that up for like the past game or two. I've probably been called out so many times already. But in any case, Yoshinori's been a non-factor for a lot of teams here. But Yone's making it work. Although, as we keep talking about Yoshinori, we can't really put out of the equation Lunacy, whose Mitsui is nothing to laugh at, and this 3-point, not really the end of the world, but that turnover, could it be? But the putback from Zigzags keeps it at the 1-point discrepancy.
Yeah, we're back to a 1-point game. Plenty of time. Again, these teams are going neck and neck, but again, Hasidong using that Yoshinori character, and it's looking really good. Showing why he's had the potential to be a popular pick here in this season too.
Oh wow, that's some movement right there from Lunacy, and from all around he basically break dances at the court and brings it to 3-point line, still hits it through the interference. Beautiful stuff there from Lunacy.
Yeah, the team's getting the upper hand, but another 3 by Yoshinori, starting to show even more potential of what he's been capable of, despite the other teams not using them well so far in this tournament.
Block starting to come out. Hasidong, he has possession of that ball, gets a lot more control. He's moving it around, but they're trying to create some openings here, but he bumps into Zigzags, who immediately takes the fumble. Beautiful stuff for second Hold'em, and now they have a chance to actually tie things up, but they're going to keep it simple. They're going to keep it safe. 1 point is only a bit of an advantage, but it's still an advantage for Yone.
I think that's a smart move by second Hold'em. Time was running out. They just needed to get some points on the board, and it works well here. They just need to get it down on defense, which is something that they're capable of.
Oh, nice little rebound from Zigzags. Bring it all the way for Lunacy. He wants to find that opening, but he just wanted to, well, basically bring the ball around the world. And Zigzags takes it once again for the first lead in this game for second Hold'em.
These two teams just keep turning it around and around, and the lead changing hands once again. And because of this 1-point deficit, it should keep on changing unless we see another 3-pointer.
Okay, Lunacy. Oh, he bumps up. He has to pass that ball quickly, and then gets the rotation or possession back onto himself. McDowell not even matching the speed, the ferocity of Zigzags as he goes straight to the basket with the leaps. Anyways, though, here's Hasidong with an opportunity and hits the 3 from afar.
Yeah, there we are with that 3-pointer. That's a 2-point game now. Second Hold'em with a little less pressure on them. They're going to need that. I don't know why they're trying to force the 3 here to just go with a tie. just to force it into overtime a bit. And there they go. They get the dunk. We're back at a tie game. 22 seconds left.
Yeah. The big problem now is possession of the ball is actually in the hands of Yane. They can try to just buy as much time as possible and hope to get for a two-pointer. But now, tables have turned. It's going to be second Hold'em who actually has good possession of the ball. They have to go around, but Yane steals it back. Hasidong, he doesn't have to go aggressive. And three. If Lunacy has his ultimate. If he can just slam it down.
Plays.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no. Oh my god, we're back at 24 tie game. That should not be enough time to do anything. Oh man, what a turn of events. Just some sloppy plays by both teams there at the end of the final possessions. We're headed to another overtime session in today's games.
Fatigue showing up a bit here, but Lunacy sinks another from afar. He did not waste any opportunity. Nobody was on him. Nobody was in pointing his mark there, and he just sinks one in. Of course, Rakas, he's going to give a one back on his own, but the problem now is second Hold'em advantage momentum in their pockets as Zigzags keeps the lead up 3 points with that 2-point dunk.
And they're just going to keep on going at it, forcing Yone to figure out if they're going to keep on taking that three or go for a quick two. They're going for the ultimate. There they get it this time, though. They're leaving some of that pressure off them with 40 seconds left to go.
So Zigzags has been,
Man.
I would just say he's been uncontested, unchallenged at all of these trials or tribulations of him just to go attacking at that rim. Now Rakas has been doing the same, of course, with this Nobunaga, but in the end, with 30 seconds on the clock, the 1 point advantage is still in the favor of this team here. But now, finally, we do see Zigzags being called on his BS and just tries to get picked up once again. Now McDowell picks up the ball. They have everything that they need, and now they finally have the lead. But the problem is 17 seconds, possession of the ball to second Hold'em.
They're going to try their luck here and grind it out on defense against second Hold'em.
Oh.
Gotta watch out. And they get the block, but the ball returns into the hands of second Hold'em. The three-pointer gets blocked again. And now Yone has the ball. The time is up. Yone turning it around in that overtime session and coming away with another win, going up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. So it's now do or die.
Okay, let me just fix my microphone there because I have to put a point here. A straight adjustment from Yone, on the fly adjustment as the game was progressing. You saw, okay, we're just going to show the scoreboard real quick, but I want to get the point out first. We saw that Yone was having the most difficult time trying to deal with Zigzags. Or not really maybe most difficult time, but they were just not adjusting to Zigzags, who always got the ball and just kept dunking it in. Now, they adjusted to it, and they can already stop the 3-point from happening from Mitsui. And as Zigzags was coming in for the dunk, they were also there. So their ability to basically stop both of the shooters from second Hold'em worked out, especially at the last possible second, and at the last possible second as well, they got possession of the ball. So all they had to do with that 1-point lead is just to delay, and let that timer run its course.
Yeah, what a turn of events here, and second Hold'em, they try, they put the ball into the hands of Zigzags, but it just was not enough to hold out Yone, who go up 2-0. What a game that was. And again, Hasidong just playing the most efficient Yoshinori character we've seen all tournament, going away with those 10 assists. Again, that quirky motion he has coming out of that shot fake into that low bounce pass. I think Hasidong has really figured out a good way to use that to their advantage.
Definitely. It took him a while though to make it work, not gonna lie, but it's produced some really incredible options, I would say, here for second Hold'em. Of course, it's still not able to really result into a victory for second Hold'em, but you do see the moments of brilliance there. Even though there were a lot more than we saw from the previous matches that they've had here for second Hold'em, it still really isn't enough to deal with Yone's ability to also adjust on the fly, whether it's neck and neck they still get that little bit of edge to win them that game. And now we're looking at 2-0. And second hold'em, all they can hope right now is a clean reverse sweep to get the specified back in their hands. But it's looking slightly grim as Yone, they just got everything that they need.
Oh yeah, Yone, aside from having that 2-0 advantage, they also have kind of a psychological edge in the fact that second hold'em, they had a big lead earlier in game 1. They were able to claw their way back in game 2 as well, but Yone were just still able to come away with the win in both games nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, with everything of that factor being said, it seems like there's going to be a lot more challenger for second hold'em moving forward into our game number 3. Is Yone going to be bringing out more pain or a different roster, or are they just going to keep going with what they've already done with that Yoshinori really showing its stock there for them as well, or maybe just the what is this? The other selections like the Nobunaga that have been really prevalent for them. In any case, it's still match point already. Yone with a tremendous lead in terms of the games in their hands, and second hold'em, they're playing. How do you say this? Catch up.
Yeah, just a lot more to be seen here in this upcoming game. Pressure is on second hold'em. Yone, quite a comfortable seat for them, as they will probably be going with McDowell, Rakas, and Hasidong once again. I didn't know what to expect from McDowell using that Kazuma character in that previous game, but turns out he was really useful in grabbing those rebounds when they needed it, especially when those shots were dropping out and they just needed to keep those possessions going.
Well, for the meantime, are they going to be able to keep those possessions going here, though, for second hold'em? They do get the rebounds. They do get everything. But I think what's been something to point out for Yone is their insane ability to adapt for the defensive posture. It's more of they just lag behind a little bit. Then they start to understand what they need to do. And then after that, there's not really much options left for second hold'em if they don't try to attack from a different angle.
We'll just see what kind of adjustments they'll be making in this upcoming game in just a bit before we head over to the draft room.
Okay. Okay, we're seeing the Hanamichi there for Leroy. For Yone, okay, it's probably going to be Nobunaga, and Hasidong's going to be picking himself up should be the Yoshinori, but gets the Kazuma first, and I think Kazuma's not a bad option. If he can pick up the ball out of in the air and just throw it back to his teammate for a quick possession, that's actually pretty sick. But in second hold'em, they don't even stop to check anymore. It's going to be the Maki. Finally seen today.
Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting lineup for second hold'em, especially since they went with Hanamichi for zigzags in the first 2 games. Now they're going to let Leroy take care of that, while Lunacy going back to the Maki that we saw him use yesterday for most of the part.
And here we go. Match point already. Series point, mind you that. Second hold'em, but they still have some tricks up their sleeve. They picked up some pretty prime picks, I would say, for this third game. Yone, they don't really need that many good picks as well. I mean, they got a good shuffle with the Yoshinori and the Nobunaga, so that's going to be a pretty deadly combo. But I feel like in terms of tierings, it might just be slightly better with the Buzzcut Hanamichi and the Maki, but we'll still see how that goes as the jump ball goes underway.
There you go, second hold'em starts the game off. Zigzags there, playing the knight on this game, but Lunacy taking the matters into his own hands right there, starting the game off with 2 points.
Okay, that's a really good start there, of course, and very characteristic for a Maki, breaking the legs a bit there, and the slow burn from Rakas as he tries to maneuver the ball underneath that hoop. Not really going to be procuring anything, but of course that step back jumper hits the 2 for even.
Good job there by Yone to start things off, but there we always see how Maki just gets that roll. I don't know if that's in the stats of the character or not, but always getting that soft touch around the rim.
It's the motion of the ball, and speaking of motion of the ball, second Hold'em is stealing it time after time. Yane, they're lagging behind in terms of the speed, and Rakas, oh, this is not good. Rakas has been the one to really set the pace, and if he slows down, everybody from Yane slows down as well.
Yeah, complacency seems to be kicking in a bit here by Yone. Now down 8-2 to start the game.
They need Rakas to find these openings and not just dunk the ball in, because Leroy, with the speed of this Hanamichi, he's got everything that he needs to be set. And the ball spat out by the rim once again, back into the possession of Hold'em here. As Lunacy bumps into one, has to throw it back, now has possession once again, and he's moving around the ball. 7 seconds on the shot timer, has to find an opening here, and he's going to be going at this once again with his defender just slide too low or too a little on that high. Can't really stop the ball away from his attack.
And another long two by Lunacy to extend the lead even more while burning a lot of precious time out of the hands of Yone in this deciding game.
Oh no, this is where we see really slow ball handlers get played around by Maki, not because of just his ankle breaking, but of course his ability to steal the ball away from your hands. And Hasidong, because he's more of a stationary player, yes, he can move around a bit with side steps here and there, but it's just not going to be enough. And Lunacy, look at how he just moves around once again, and once he has to be the one to try to steal the ball, look at he just zones in on Hasidong and steals it once again.
Yeah, seems like second Hold'em could be running away with this, but Yone is trying to stay within it. Oh man, second Hold'em dominating this game 3, bringing themselves back into the series.
And all done with the aggression and I would just say the total dominance of Leroy and the mix of Lunacy as well. Zigzag is there as the Naito. It's okay. He's doing well. He's slapping the ball away from the hands. Yane finally finds an opening. 2 minutes, not really the end of the world, but the 10-point differential, that's pretty big.
The problem here is that the three-pointers are not connecting. Not even Hasidong, who knocked down 3 threes, I think, in that first game. They needed that early on, and it just might be too late there, as another 2 hit by Lunacy just to add in salt to the pain.
Yeah, this is a drive-by that they're not really expecting, and that is just not looking too good. I don't even think we've seen Lunacy activate his Emperor Sense, so that would just mean that if he feels a bit threatened, he's going to be able to use that for even more of an advantage here for second Hold'em. And Yane, yeah, they're going to be able to use some ultimates. I think Rakas is the only one with points in the Yone squad, as everybody is just trying to scramble to find where the ball is, as Lunacy is just zigzagging around the court with it, and they can't really get possession. They can't really steal it.
Feels like Yone has already given in for this game. They're just trying to waste around some time and maybe regroup for the next upcoming games.
Oh, thought you'd get a slap back there from the Hanamichi, but he's not going to be able to do that. Don't get your ankles broken. Where is that coming from? But speaking of this, oh, that's going to be a delivery system with, of course, the Emperor Sense and a 2. And this is how many points now? 14, I think? Yeah. Yeah,
the biggest lead we've seen so far. Just a dominating performance by second Hold'em. Yone ran out of gameplay, and they're going up against Lunacy using that Maki player.
Okay, they're running away with it, and 30 seconds left into the timer. Well, if you're trying to be more specific, 32, okay, I get it. But in any case, it seems like what they can't get for Yane is a shot through that hoop. Gets denied ever so often. They get some possession here and now, but Lunacy even slaps it onto transition from that pass. They get the ball control once again, and second Hold'em, they take this win like a candy from a baby, and second Hold'em is just nigh unstoppable. 4 seconds into the clock, Zigzag's just trying to get a mid-range jumper in his own end, and that's not going to work out, but still, GG, and we're going to go for game number 4.
Yeah, so second Hold'em fighting back, showing some poise, showing their concentration and their determination, not backing down. Again, these teams are fighting for a 30,000 voucher for each team, so they're not going to give away easily. And we'll be heading into game 4 just a bit. Let's take a look at the stats. No surprises here. Lunacy coming away with the MVP of this game with 16 points, as well as Zigzags coming away with 6 assists to get that win for second hold'em.
Look at how just dominant they are. It felt like that game went by in just a blur.
Yeah, it seemed like it was over pretty quickly. Like once it was up 8-2, it just seems like second hold'em dominated that, and it kind of seemed like Yone decided early that they were just gonna let this one go and focus on game 4.
That's definitely true. They might have not anticipated the speed at which Lunacy is going to be able to walk away with so many of those possessions and a buttload of steals on the ball. Lunacy 69, he has really gone above and beyond with his Maki plays, at least in this game number 3. But of course, is this just the one game? When Yone gets themselves that first pick priority, are they going to be stealing something that messes with the tempo of their opponents here? Is second hold'em going to be able to produce the same output that they have in that game number 3, or is it just because they got the Maki and the Hanamichi, and if it gets stolen, do they have a backup plan here, TK?
But I don't know, but man, that's why it was so surprising that we just saw Lunacy pick Maki in just this game. He hasn't picked any in any of the 4 games prior, so seeing how well he uses it, I don't really know why he didn't go to it from the start, from the semifinals. So let's see if he picks it up again. Game 4 is coming up in just a bit. We'll go to the lineups in just a sec, and we'll see if Lunacy can really go back to getting that Maki player to keep their chances at getting a bronze medal alive.
Yeah, and again, it's the last stand here for second hold'em. Any mistake that they do is a step closer to defeat. So all they can really do right now is win, and win some more. And of course, guys, you guys can win some more as well as you try to, get those codes that we have shown up to you in front of the screen. So you can see right now it's at the bottom of TK. And you can pick that up. It changes. I'm not sure how many times it changes, but it seems like it's changed multiple times already since yesterday. So if you guys were able to watch since then up until now, you would be getting a lot of good freebies from the devs themselves.
Yeah, also always good to get free stuff. Always good to upgrade yourself in the game. Just make it a bit more entertaining, upgrade that level of play, so you can have some sweet moves like we're seeing here in the Mobile Champion Cup Season 2.
Yeah, for sure. So don't forget, guys, to again use that. And again, thank you so much, guys, for joining us right here and right now. And always would also remind everybody that these tournaments come in quite frequently. I believe the last time that we did cast it was back in January. So just a few months to set everything, and imagine maybe moving forward into Season 3, we're going to be seeing the 5 versus 5s. I don't know. One could anticipate, one could hope if we get all the rosters already out. That could be fantastic. So devs, make it a bit faster. I love you guys, but it would be funny cool to see that, because I want to see those 3-pointers really show their stock. Anyways, we're already lined up here, and what do we have? Second hold'em actually still do have first pick priority. Interesting.
Okay, and they're going with Hanamichi and Leroy as their first pick. That's interesting how they were able to use that in the last game to their advantage. But seems like Yone, yeah, there we see Yone stealing that Maki into Hasidong's hand. So Lunacy has got to go in a different direction. Will he go with Miyagi that we saw him use earlier as well?
Well, there you go. You immediately brought it up and immediately picked up by second hold'em here. Hasidong feels threatened and he needs to pick up something. He actually was, I think, one of the Maki players that we saw yesterday that really did show to us how good of a Maki player, how good a player who plays Maki can be. So this could be good. moving forward for this fourth game. Now we're looking for second Hold'em to at least draw this out one more game, and they can get for that tie or that 2-for-2 tiebreaker into the game number 5. But of course, Yone picking up the Maki and Hasadong not skipping a beat. This is going to be a very difficult game for them.
Very difficult game, and Yone, despite being up 2-1 and only one game away from coming away with this third place prize, the pressure is on them. Second Hold'em fought back. They dominated game 3, and now feels like the ball is in second Hold'em's court.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Okay, our view is actually just pinned down to Leroy, which doesn't give us a bit of love for Lunacy, because he just gets in and slips the ball very, very well.
Yone looking for that movement there. They get the Maki, so that's where they'll be going to for the offense. Gets blocked there though. Yone off to a slow start, getting swatted away twice in a row. Now the ball back in second Hold'em's hand, has a chance to go up by 2 possessions, and they do. Second Hold'em off to a good start here in game number 4.
A really hot spot there for Leroy. He just seems to always know the timing and the beat for that jump shot of his, and it gives a lot of threat. If Ryota doesn't get his opening, it's just going to be a quick little charge in from the Hanamichi. But speaking of a quick little charge, it breaks the ankle of Lunacy there, and Hasadong opens things up for Rakaz.
Yeah, finally Yone able to get on the board. Nice combination there between the two players that we've seen time and time again. Again here, the combination that second Hold'em going to, that baseline drive by Lunacy up to that cutting Nobunaga starting to come into effect.
Just charging right in and losing that defender, Lunacy. He's really evolved in the few set of matches that we've seen here, and Hasadong slowly fading away. But Rakaz, look at that high little roll-in of the layup. Really unstoppable. Leroy, even if he has that vertical jump, this is not enough to chase down and challenge Rakaz.
Oh man, that Lunacy, that quick pass that Miyagi can do right when he gets the ball, that really widened up the floor and made it an easy dunk for Nobunaga.
Not the end of the world. Still very comebackable if ever, but Rakaz gets denied once again the opportunity. Emperor's Sense activated. Hasadong feeling threatened from the pressure of second Hold'em and has to show his card a bit early on in this fourth game. They might just want to end this game as quickly as they can, because like you said at the start of this fourth game, momentum is shifting into the favor of second Hold'em.
Yeah, second Hold'em right now going into their groove of that Lunacy combination, drive and kick out. So Yone feeling the pressure, but they still have Hasadong using that Maki character, so they've just got to figure out what to do if the other players go.
Okay. Passing the ball around. Rakaz finds an opening, but can't really find that beautiful thing that he was trying to look forward to. That's going to be a beautiful bounce in from the ball as Hasadong once again tries to go for his Emperor Sense, quickly passes it to a teammate. Now Lunacy does have the lightning fast and gives all the opportunity to Nobunaga, who doesn't waste anything and just slams it back in. 4-point advantage for second Hold'em.
That was automatic for second Hold'em. They just knew right away where they were going to be going. Yone just struggling to stop that combination.
Ooh, that was smooth. Like if you drink a yogurt smoothie, you know, and just slurp it with a big straw. That's how smooth it is. But speaking of how smooth it is, okay, I see you. Just getting the ball straight up with the ultimate there from McDowell as he brings the opportunity for Hasadong. They have to keep the ball in possession because they are struggling in terms of the points, and Rakaz picks it up. Can it go in? Spat out by the basket, and Leroy gives the opportunity for Lunacy.
Sorry, missed there by Yone, unable to tie the game up. That would have been a big basket, and second Hold'em can make them pay, but they don't get the initial shot. They do extend the possession. Rakaz gets it swatted away. Shot clock down to 10 points. Yone doing well on defense. They get the ball there, but they turn the ball over immediately.
Lunacy, that is severe interference. Who can get the ball on the rebound? It's going to be Yane. They have to bring it out first because, again, they can't shoot while that red perimeter is blinking. Okay, passes back to Hasadong. Hasadong attacks at the rim. Has to go back out to Rakas because there's just too many here. And he goes for the alley-oop. Gonna get blocked though. Rakas, unfortunately, cannot get it. And the timer takes once again. 2-point lead for Hold'em, and they're keeping it in their possession.
Hold'em coming up with that clutch situation block. They can pretty much nail in a dagger here with 2 more points. And there we go, Lunacy making it a 4-point game with just 17 seconds left. That is going to be tough for Yone to overcome. And that block pretty much seals the deal. Not much more that Yone can do to come into this game. What a fight back into this series by second Hold'em. And we are going to go to Game 5 for this bronze medal series. What a fight that second Hold'em has put up.
Gotta just point out that the Zigzags tried twice to hit a 3-pointer from a range. So I don't know what he was trying to do there, but even though he was wide open for the shot, it's just not going to happen for Nobunaga. Maybe it will, but at least for that game, he's not going to be lucky enough. No highlights for the 3 points on Zigzags. Anyways, 14-10, and there was just so much interference with the ball control.
Yeah, just so much interference there. But as you see, the MVP of this game, Lunacy, no surprises. 4 assists to able to balance the offense around. Everyone got on the scoreboard. Leroy, Zigzags, and Lunacy also got in his points as well. Well contested game though there, and we'll be seeing just one more. There will be no extension whatsoever. We're going to be heading to Game 5, do or die. It's going to be either a second Hold'em or Yone that will be securing that 3rd place spot and 30,000 vouchers per team.
Again, this second Hold'em team has just gone full Ultra Instinct. They have just they went inside the hyperbolic time chamber, man. They've trained in like a few minutes, and then afterwards came out like a different breed of animals, and they're going in wild at this. And it seems like Yone cannot match up to this speed, this agility that they're showing to us in the court.
Yeah, for sure. And yep, just a few moments away from going to this deciding Game 5. If you think this was tense enough already, we'll be having the grand finals up in a bit after this Game 5 as well. Again, this is for the bronze medal between Yone and second Hold'em. Oh man, just so many close games, so many different tactics going against each other. Just so much to track down. What do you expect to see? What is a big change you expect to see here in this final game? Or do you think they're going to be conservative and just go at what they've been using so far?
Yeah, the big problem here again is both of these teams have players that tend to go cold at really weird intervals. But we're seeing that happen more for Yone. Rakas, at the start of that game number 4, it seems like he tried to attack the rim too much with dunks and got slapped away multiple times. And he tried that so often that it felt like they could have been more successful with just trying to do something else and moving the ball around more and using the timer, to kind of understand what they have to do per possession. But it didn't really work out. And second Hold'em not really missing a beat. They have so much interference. They're going to be able to intercept the ball with Ryota. They're going to be able to slap away the ball with the Hanamichi. There's just so much stuff that they can do to keep giving themselves the possession of the ball, and it happened more so than not. And Yone just not able to keep up with that movement.
Whatever the case, one more game left in this series. 5 minutes to figure out who will be the 3rd place winner. The lineups will be coming up soon. Just so much, so many games have been played, man. There's so much action to keep up with, but it's been so entertaining. And don't forget, of course, to if you're watching this, you're having so much fun. Don't forget to just play yourself. Take those vouchers that'll be on the screen at different intervals of our broadcast. Just enjoy the game just as much as these players are enjoying, and as much as we're enjoying this broadcast. and be a part of it, be a part of this slam dunk mobile game.
Yeah, for sure, guys. And again, appreciate everybody, for our viewers right there, for keeping us warmed up here as you guys are enjoying the matches with us. Now, the final game between Yane and Second Hold'em. Yane, they were the intros. They started it off strong. They're looking to end the game at that third match rather. But Second Hold'em, they got their second wind, so to speak, and they're looking nigh unstoppable now. But Yane, do they have another trick up their sleeve? Is this Fox gonna be a sly one, or is it just gonna be the end of the world for them and they're just gonna go to 4th place? We'll see. Here comes the draft.
Yeah. McDowell stealing that Hanamichi away from Second Hold'em. Gonna see if that drives a nail into their game plan. And wow, a surprise pick here in a decisive game. Kenji Fujima for Hasidong. We've only seen him picked once so far since yesterday, and that's gonna be fun, just seeing Fujima by Hasidong going up against Maki by Lunacy.
Okay. Well, I do like this. There's a bit more speed to how Fujima releases the ball. And of course, we all know that he can pass it as he's about to go for that shooting form of his. So maybe, just maybe, that's the option. That's the tool that they need in their shed to be able to get the one-up against Second Hold'em here. But Second Hold'em's Lunacy playing as the Maki, it really is a thing of beauty.
All right, final game of the bronze medal series coming up. And it'll be Second Hold'em who holds first possession. Lunacy going straight to that combination to get on the board in a hurry.
They're not wasting any time whatsoever. Quick pass onto Rakas. Okay, Hasidong gives some more opportunities once again, but and like I said, man, Second Hold'em, they're not missing a beat anymore. And already as the possession, Emperor Sen so quick from Lunacy.
Yeah, what a quick comeback that was for Second Hold'em. Up 4-0 now. Man, what a comeback would this be if they came down from 2-0 to win this series. But no, Yone not letting them go away in a hurry, coming back 4-2.
Okay, charging right up. Going to be the shot, and oh my goodness, Lunacy, you are going above and beyond to the stars and forward and more. Rakas, he tries to find an opening, but it's just a tad bit slow, and Leroy shows him who is the king in the sky. Okay, 4 points for Yane here as the Hanamichi finds a jumper all the way across the court.
There we go. Second Hold'em with a 2-point advantage. Oh, it gets swatted at the rim there, unable to knock it down. Yone has a chance to tie things up. Fujima passing it around against Second Hold'em, holding their grounds. And they still hold a 2-point lead, just going under the 3-minute mark.
Well, that ball, they just know when immediately to pick it up. And okay, Nobunaga able to go and tower over McDowell here in Yane. They're 4 points behind, and it's not looking too hot for them. They're trying to tip into the favor of Yane, which they do. And finally, luck is starting to go into their favor, just ever so slightly.
Yeah, but that Lunacy connection with the Nobunaga character has been working out well. Not that time getting blocked, timed perfectly by McDowell. Now Yone with another chance yet again to tie this game up. Rakas and Hasidong trying to connect. The leading jumper rims out just a bit. Second Hold'em lives to fight another offensive possession and extend that lead.
They do give it. The under over. Gonna get blocked. That was kind of interesting. I thought the timing was much better for the ultimate there rather than the jump from the Hanamichi. But still in the end, Second Hold'em's going to convert in the 4-point lead set into their favor. And they get the possession of the ball once again as the block from Hasidong and the fumble of the take of the ball from Leroy. Actually good.
Yeah, so Second Hold'em controlling the situation in this game now, going up by 6 points. Yone just running out of steam, running out of ways to get back into this game.
Slaps the ball away from his hand once again. Rather unfortunate, giving more opportunities for Second Hold'em to get that lead even further. Lunacy, one of the first times we see that particular form actually not procure a point advantage for a second hold'em here. In any case, Yone now have possession.
McDowell has been doing a good job of defending and blocking shots, but the offense for Yone has not been producing points at all up until now, of course, that I mentioned it. They're now down by 4, but a minute and 20 left. Time is running down for them to stay in, but nice timing of the block there by Yone. They're still very much in this. They need this desperately, and it's still a game, 2-point game with 1 minute and 10 left.
A quick sequence, and that's all they need to get this all the way back. And the steal from Hasadon, beautiful. This is why they went for the Kenji Fujima as well. And now Yane, everything, the ball is in their court, but Rakas not able to convert. As I say that though, as I describe it, McDowell puts it up with the MVP putback dunk.
What a comeback this has been by Yone. We thought they were going to let this game go away as they had in the previous 2 games. So we're back tied at 12 with 40 seconds left. The pass to Zigzags. The mid-range jumper rolls out. Still in the hands of second hold'em.
Oh my goodness, pressure is rolling. Second hold'em, what an attack from Lunacy! He just left every defender. Oh my goodness, that's the speed of Maki for you.
That Emperor Sense just works so well in combos. Second hold'em now with the advantage of 2 points and the ball in their hands. They can run it down to about 7 or 8 seconds, and that's what they're going to do. Just to hold on as much as they can, giving Yone the least of opportunities, and that should do it. Going up by 4 with 10 seconds left. Yone, if they can't get a quick basket, it is going to be over.
They need to get a 3-point and then something else after that. Oh, that's just going to be it. And second hold'em, from looking to get basically abolished from the bronze match to coming back from the dead, almost 6 feet under and just rising up from the ground. They bring it with a reverse sweep up against Yone. What a performance, especially from Lunacy 69.
A comeback for the ages by second hold'em. They're second in their name, and they end up at third in this Champion Cup. Just what a way to come back. As you mentioned, coming down from 2-0. We've seen this. If anyone follows the NBA, remember the Cleveland Cavaliers coming down from 3-1. This is a comeback of that level of effort of just coming back in. It's great playing, and just got to give props to Lunacy. Just really stuck to his style of play and got everyone else going despite falling behind. I thought that Yone would have the psychological advantage after that 2-0 lead, but seems like it did not work. Second hold'em were strong at heart, and they are rewarded with this third place finish.
Well, I did not expect that to be our ender here for this game, my friend. And now we're only looking at the final match already. When all is said and done, when the dust has settled, it's just a few more moments, a bit of a break as well. And it's going to be that match between God and WD. But before all of that, before we even think about that, we still have, of course, our MVP. In this full 5 match, I gotta say, especially with the comeback and the stats, it's gotta go to Lunacy. It has to.
Yeah, no disagreements there. Lunacy was just their heart and soul from start to finish. Even in their losses, Lunacy was just doing everything he could to get this win for second hold'em. Just really good stuff from Lunacy, and hopefully we might get to see him back once we have, or when we have that Season 3, and maybe they can go all the way to the grand final next time.
And there you go. It actually really is Lunacy. Look at that. 9.4 points per game with an 81% percentage at that field goal. Great stuff there from Lunacy.
Yeah, we were really praising about how well he gets the other players involved, and the stats back that up. 5 assists per game. Is playing that point guard position really well. Lunacy 69 has been one of the more impressive players that we've seen in this tournament, and a delight to watch, just doing his stuff from with the ball in his hands.
The ball in his hands, and now We've all but giving them their limelights, their spotlights, and their night lights, and now we're looking at the final light at the end of the tunnel. God versus WD for the finals. Best of 7 happening, of course, in just a bit. But I'm happy, dude, that I am just not getting my proper predictions here, because I thought it was going to be Yane to win this 3-0, but second Hold'em just beat the bejesus out of them.
Well, you seemed right for the first 2 games, but man, second Hold'em, we're just out to prove you wrong, and they did just that. We'll be going on to the championship round, the final series, fighting it down for everything, but especially the 100,000 vouchers for per team. God versus WD in just a bit. Take a breather, take a break, eat something, get some popcorn. We'll be back in a bit after this break for that final series, so stay around and come back when it comes back on.
There's a Toru in the trailer that had the the non-eyeglass. I could be wrong though.
Yeah,
that rotation once again. Kazuma picks up the ball. Leroy bringing it back to Lunacy, who wants to go in.
There's still plenty of time left in this game, but oh man, the defense from both teams starting to pick up, and they need to just find a better way to get.
Hasadong, he's not gonna miss an opportunity to try to go for that 3-point if he can. Ultimate used here by the Toru in his height, but he still gets those. In any case, though, we're not done just
to tie the game up. Time running down that shot clock. 8 seconds left. They're looking for the opening. They try to go for the dunk, but it doesn't come up. Fade away.
Just keep throwing that ball around. That's gonna be it. It should be a Yane win.
All squad aside from Mitsui, and that might not spell well for second Hold'em.
That's definitely true. Yane here, just have time to time it with that. And if you're just a slight bit out of angle, he's going to slam that in without any point of contention. Freddy Zigzag's ability to attack the rim with breakneck speeds because he's leaving the defenders. But
to rein in for Hasidol. Yone starting to get into because of it, but still plenty of time left. But if he keeps getting blocked like that, might not be a lot that second Hold'em can do.
Okay, what is for some reason my brain has mixed that up for like the past game or two. I've been called out so many times already. But in any case,
looking really good, and showing why he's had the potential to be a popular pick here in this season too.
Oh wow, that's and brings it to 3-point line, still hits it through the interference. Beautiful stuff there from Lunacy.
Yeah. Second Hold'em with a little less pressure on them. They're gonna need that. I don't know why they're trying to force the 3 here.
It's gonna be second Hold'em who actually has good possession of the ball. They have to go around, but Yane steals it back. Hasadong, he doesn't have to. If Lunacy has his ultimate, if he can just slam it down. Oh no!
Oh no! Overtime session in today's games.
Fatigue showing up a bit here, but Lunacy.
Another defense again. Second Hold'em. Gotta watch out. And they get the block, but the ball returns into the hands of second Hold'em. Zigzags there, playing the night of this game, but
breaking the legs a bit there, and the slow burn from Rakas as he tries to maneuver the ball underneath that hoop. Not really slow ball handlers get played around by Maki, not because of just his ankle breaking, but down to Leroy, which doesn't give us a bit of luck. All right, good job.
眩しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのに
All right, good job.
腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみ しい日差しを背に走り出す街の中叩かれたいつものように肩を君に夢中なことにわけなんてないのにその腕は絡むことはないいつの間にか瞳奪われて始まった離さない揺るがない Crazy for you 君が好きだと叫びたい明日を変えてみよう通り過ぎてく世界が終わる前に聞かせておくれよ満開の花が似合い
Non-eyeglass, I could be wrong though.
Yeah, yeah,
That
that-
rotation once again. Kazuma picks up the ball. Leroy bringing it back to Lunacy, who wants to go in for.
There's still plenty of time left in this game, but oh man, the defense from both teams starting to pick up, and they need to just find a better way to get.
Because Hasadong, he's not going to miss an opportunity to try to go for that 3-point if he can. Ultimate used here by the Toru in his height, but he still gets those. In any case, though, we're not done just.
Tie the game up. Time running down that shot clock. 8 seconds left. They're looking for the opening. They try to go for the dunk, but it doesn't come up. Fade away.
Keep, just keep throwing that ball around. That's gonna be it. It should be a Yane win.
All squad aside from Mitsui, and that might not spell well for second holder.
That's definitely true. Yane here, just have kind of time it with that. And if you're just a slight bit out of angle, he's gonna slam that in without any point of contention. Freddy Zigzag's ability to attack the rim with breakneck speeds because he's leaving the defenders. But
To rein in for Hasidong. Yone starting to get into because of it, but still plenty of time left. But if he keeps getting blocked like that, might not be a lot that second Hold'em can do.
okay, what is for some reason my brain has mixed that up for like the past game or two. I've been called out so many times already. But in any case,
Looking really good, and showing why he's had the potential to be a popular pick here in this season too.
oh wow, that's and brings it to 3-point line, still hits it through the interference. Beautiful stuff there from Lunacy.
Yeah. Second Hold'em with a little less pressure on them. They're gonna need that. I don't know why they're trying to force the three here.
It's gonna be second Hold'em who actually has good possession of the ball. They have to go around, but Yane steals it back. Hasadong, he doesn't have if Lunacy has his ultimate. If he can just slam it down.
plays.
Oh no.
Overtime session in today's games.
Fatigue showing up a bit here, but Lunacy.
Another defense again, second Hold'em.
Oh.
Gotta watch out. And they get the block, but the ball returns into the hands of second Hold'em.
Inhabitants of Middle-earth, welcome to the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2, Day 2, and we're here for the Grand Finals. I only started there for a little bit because I was fumbling thinking about what is about to transpire right now. A best of 7 between the top 2 teams of this particular tournament. It's God versus WD, and of course, bringing you that action, my name is Asarai, and joining with me now is TK NBA Time.
Yeah, we're still reeling from that entertaining series in the bronze game. So we're just expecting a lot more here from these two teams, God and WD. We've seen them come through all the way from that round of 16. God, of course, losing only one game to Hold'em in that round of 8. And WD has been undefeated all the way through this round. So that just shows how good they've been. And just what a competitive series this will be. Just a lot to look forward to seeing whenever this game 1 starts. Man, just can't wait for the action to start, man. That's right.
Yeah, for sure. Arguably, I would also say that we might have seen a glimpse of the grand finals or of a sort of grand finals match because it feels like God has gotten the relative torch of victory from Hold'em Gaming during the quarterfinals, where they went up into best of 3, with God winning that 2-1 up against Hold'em and sending them home quite early after their quiet win against SDR1 in the round of 16. So moving forward and getting here into the grand finals, there's going to be definitely something that WD have to prove, because God, they actually were one of the teams that we casted way back during Season 1, but they were not part of the invited teams to come back here. So that means that they had to go through another shuffle or another trifle of qualifiers and still able to perform. And it seems like they're in a better peak performance compared to Season 1.
Yeah, they're just trying to prove it to everyone that even though they weren't invited, they have the quality to make it all the way. We'll be seeing their lineup in just a bit, and those will be the players and the teams that we'll be seeing in this championship series. Again, a reminder that this will be a best of 7 series, so it's only the beginning here in Game 1. No one's going to take an early advantage. There's a lot to come back from, and they will be playing for the 100,000 voucher prize to spread among their teams. The loser, while they will be going with 60,000 vouchers, it's not as good as winning the Champions Cup. Then.
For sure, there's just a big gap in that lead, and of course, or big gap in the prize rather, and of course, there is always going to be the one thing that stands above the rest. It's the bragging rights, guys. I was the champion for Season 2. You know, we dominated all the teams there. There's nothing sweeter than that, my friend.
Yeah, you can say that for a couple of months as well before we see if the eventual Season 3 comes to life. But now, let's see the players being picked here in the draft. Chris, no surprises, going with that Hanamichi character that he seemed to perfect so well.
Yeah, and they're not really pulling out any of the stops. Sendo picked up here by Porsche. It has been... He's probably one of the only players that we've seen use the Sendo, as well as King Jataime. But this is gonna be quite interesting.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting indeed. But as you mentioned there, that Sendo, just the way that Porsche uses it also has been something that's been a delight to see here in the tournament as one of the few players that have been picked.
Now, as we are waiting, guys, we'd like to welcome you back, of course, to the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2 Grand Finals. It's WD up against God, and here we go with the jump ball immediately taken by WD. And what is going to be the quick transition here as Akira Sendo picked up here by the rest of the God roster. A quick little slap in as Duncan Master picks up the ball, brings it up to Smexy, who throws it around. King Jataime, though, gotta respect that Godweed is such a great blocker all across with Akira Sendo. Same hairstyles, same jumping power.
Yeah, Weed, just that Kazushi character, great blocker, and the offense on the other end. Nice pass to Chris. Doesn't work this time. Ball back in the hands of WD. Both teams still at 0 as we pass the 30-second mark to start the game.
There we go. WD with the first point on the board. And it's going to be God Porsche stopped around as he charges right in, gets bumped up, and tries to move it again. I'm liking how there is this ability to Sendo to just maneuver the ball much better than Smexy from the looks of it, and Jataime just swipes it out as that ball surely would have hit the basket.
Just a stalemate between these two teams, separated by only 2 points. Everything else has been a clean block. Down still with WD, they can go ahead up by 4. Nothing has come easy though with Kazushi, that Kazushi character played by Weed.
It's so fast from God Porsche because, again, you can cycle through the movesets of Sendo, I believe, and he has that, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a volleyball block, but I know that's Weed's ultimate name. But anyways, it's a really vertical jump that gets you a nice little slap on the ball, even from that far different distance. In any case, though, God still hits a 2-pointer, and that is going to keep us for a 2-2.
Wow, just so many blocks here, and that is a devastating duo for Weed and Porsche to use, just being able to block everything with those 3 players.
I thought I was just going to roll into the basket, but this basket is just magnetized or reverse magnetized. It just keeps the ball out. And just going to point this out, we're only at 2 points apiece. And you saw that the game has already pointed out that Porsche is about 6 blocks already.
Yeah, at the 2, we're halfway through this first game. Score is still 4-2. Just as an example of how well these two teams are playing on defense. Tied at 4 now. No team with a clear advantage so far.
No, nothing. We see these. That's going to get blocked, isn't it? No way! Nobunaga gets it in after 3 defenders try to challenge him. This is the advantage that WD need. Every point lead is an every point gotten. Porsche still yet to really get this Akira Sendo rolling, as there's just too many bodies just sticking it up in his face. And speaking of sticking up in his face, that's going to be Chris to take it even through the interference, 6-6.
That's a good move there by Chris to use that step away mid-range jumper that Sakuragi can do. You don't see that used as much, but Chris has been perfecting that.
Chris has been such a fantastic Hanamichi player. Porsche really pushing through the limits, but it's just not working out in the end. And in the end, it's going to be the ball taken away here by WD. Has possession, 1 minute onto the clock once again. King Jataime not going to be lucky this time, as God Porsche got to go around with the ball once again. Is he going to go for the fadeaway, or just goes and straight up passes to Weed, who does not connect with the throw on the jumper?
At this rate, this could be the first game that doesn't reach double-digit scoring. The 2 there by WD gives them the much-needed 2-point advantage with less than a minute to go. At the rate that this game is going, that is a big, big lead by WD.
Oh my! It was a lead. Past tense, my friend. Past tense. 45 seconds left onto the clock here. My friends of Middle Earth, but it seems like there's just not enough time in the world to get these two getting an advantage over each other. And Porsche finally gets a clutch in with that fadeaway, even through everybody just chasing and charging him down. And we're down to 30 seconds.
The offense suddenly picking up in these last few seconds, and there we go with another dunk in that position by Nobunaga. Just trading baskets back and forth. Now down to 12 with 26 seconds left to go.
Okay, moving the ball around, trying to keep it at least away from the hands here of God, because that would mean that if they can hit a 2-pointer and not leave any more space for God here to answer back, that is going to be beautiful for them. Now 10 seconds on that timer. You know that they're going to be putting the pressure on, and God Porsche is just trying to open things up with the Sendo. Now does have the alley-oop, or rather not the alley-oop, but the turnaround dunk into the slam, into the break. Smexy, oh, that is going to be disgusting. Oh, that's going to be the wide open shot. Oh, that's going to be the 1 second. And he has just got to throw it. Just throw it. Chris, no, he passes.
Another buzzer beater to end the first game of the final series. What a way to start this series, Atsurai. What a way to start this series indeed.
I'm pretty sure there's like close to 0% chance of hitting a 3-pointer with a Hanamichi, but if you pass with 1 second, you're just gonna waste.
Try it.
Yeah, you gotta try to throw it. Right? You never know.
Yeah. But in the end, it's WD coming away with the win here in this first game. What a game that was played by both teams. It seemed like it was going to be a low-scoring affair as we barely hit the 6-point mark with 1 minute left, but those two teams just turned the Jets. They showed why they're here in the finals with their level of play, and there's going to be an advantage for WD heading into the game 2 of the series. Still a lot more left to be played. God still has some time to figure out their strategies and come back.
That was filthy sick. King Jataime just loving his pointing or his ability to score in that game. 12 points on this man, but you cannot put out of the equation who allowed him to get that 12 points. Look at Smexy, 6 assists on the Maki.
Yep, just a great game there being played by WD. King Jataime coming up there in the clutch, knocking down that dunk right at the right time. But Smexy also distributing the ball. Duncan Master, a bit underwhelming compared to his two teammates, but still able to come away with the win. And that's where we will be heading into Game 2. Looking at Porsche there, though, just performing really well with those 8 blocks. We'll just have to see if he can play that into a win in Game 2.
Yeah, the problem with that is it's fine. 8 blocks is amazing. It's fantastic. But the big problem is he's not supposed to be a blocker per se. He's like a secondary blocker. He needs to be more inclined to being able to score at the basket. But the problem is, even though this Akira Sando has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, he's a Swiss Army knife of a player. The big problem there was the lockdown for WD. I mean, we're all in lockdown, but it feels like they're more in the lockdown here for God. I really expected God to play a bit more ferocious coming into this game, but it just shows how good their opponents are as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Sando character, we've been saying time again, season one, a lot of players spamming his dribbling moves and going into that jump shot and doing really well with it, but that's not been the case here in Season 2. It's just players figuring out a better way to stop these Sendos from getting into the groove, and we'll see if that's a pick that Porsche will continue to go with in these upcoming games, or if he's got to have to change his style.
Agreed. Is there going to be a change up here from God? I mean, I feel like they do have it. Maybe they just wanted to see if the Akira Sendo was going to be good at the start of the game 1. Again, it's a best of 7, so they do have a few games to throw away, maybe to feel out their opponents here. Because again, even if you want to get the advantage at the very start, WD is going to be happy with it. God might be trying to formulate their own strategies, trying to see if some of their picks, some of their strategies already worked at the start, and if it does, they don't have to go deeper into their strategy pocket. But for the moment, we're now going to be riding up for the second game, and we'll see if God can come back at this. Will WD keep the ball rolling for another win?
We'll have to see what Duncan Master, if he's going to be able to step up. Again, that Naido character wasn't really much impactful in that last game for WD despite their win. So God will have to watch out for that. If Duncan Master finds a way to get into this game, it could be a runaway win for WD.
God. Okay. Chris picking up his Hanamichi. This is what we wanted to see at the very start of that game. But WD, of course, going to be picking up once again the Nobunaga and the Maki. Naito as well. And now God. What's going to be their second and third? Oh, it's still going to be the Kirasendo, but they still do have that Hanamichi that will be helping in the mid-range department.
Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty much the same lineup. So, no changes here. Both teams confident with the way they started out last game, and they should be. The two teams played really well in the last game, and they're just hoping that the ball falls their way a little bit more heading into Game 2.
What a game to start this best of 7 up for the grand finals. WD just coming out of the wazoo, and God just falling behind ever so slightly. But you know what? These two titans have really just went in at it. And if you watch the movie Godzilla vs. King Kong, this is kind of like the same thing.
The straighting blows by these two giants. First possession, though, goes to WD. And they get blocked immediately. Chris going to work on defense. The ball is still in WD's hands, though.
Slap. So many defenders just not really opening things up here. But finally, to get things started, God smoothly rolls the ball into the basket. Now into possession of WD. Trying to attack it as quickly as possible. And the Jaime loving that movement from the Nobunaga, knowing that right-handed dunk, this is not as easy if you come in to the right side to block.
And this is what you were looking for. You're looking for Porsche to really use Sendo to attack a bit more, and 4 straight points right off the bat for Porsche.
Definitely true here. There's not really any adjustments in terms of the picks, but rather adjustments in terms of the play style. Maybe they just need to be a bit more confident. Maybe they just need to trust more on Porsche to hit those shots rather than always just passing to his teammate, because just because Sendo can doesn't mean that he should. In any case, Porsche attacks at the rim, and that double layup, nobody can even touch him. And 4 points for God. This is looking much different from that first game here, TK.
Yeah, Porsche just taking over on offense, finding anything he can to get this way to the rim. A certainly different looking game indeed.
Oh, he just throws it all the way back. What a beautiful sequence from the Maki player there. Smexy. Well, to his namesake, very Smexy plays. No cap.
All right, here Porsche with the ball again. Is he going to look to score once again? Gets the dribble stop there. Passes it to Chris. Does not knock it down, but gets the rebound himself. This has been all about Porsche. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. But rather unfortunate, I just wanted to say there that Porsche, it seems like he had the space already to just hit a mid-range jumper, and he did not go for it. Still, his teammates going to keep it quite even as they slap away the balls from the attacking WD roster.
Unable to find a gap at all is King Shataime. He's been getting blocked over and over again, as well as his teammates. A good stop there on defense by God to keep the lead up by 2.
He throws it out, and even through the interference, Porsche feeling himself a lot more coming into the second game, and it's showing in terms of those results. But Smexy not falling behind, and okay, never mind then. It just got spat back out by the basket. The possession back into the hands of God, and they're just charging at this once again. Porsche, though, got it back away for now. Loving the movement here, and Weed is all the way out open.
Oh man, they were setting that up. They've been using Porsche all along on offense, and everyone was so focused on him, giving it an easy shot attempt by Weed right there to bring up a 6-point lead, and they're just going to continue dominating in those blocking shots department.
Okay, running around first. Throwing the ball up to Porsche here. We still have 11 seconds on that timer, and they're trying to... I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Maybe they're just trying to buy a bit more time to burn at the clock, but even through then, look at that nice little Euro step into the pass to Chris, into the jumper, and that is going to be the 8-point advantage for God here. Much, much better from what we saw from that game 1, and a slap away from the Nobunaga. Not going to happen this time, man.
Man, it just looks like a completely different God team. They're just playing so well, understanding the flow, what to do with their players. Or maybe, as you said, they were just tealing out the water in that first game. Just seems to be running away with this game. And another missed basket. WD has a lot of ground to cover, but there's not enough time, it seems.
Well, those shots might give them some leeway. 43 seconds, 6 points. Not the end of the world, not the end of the line. But control of the ball does go into the favor of God here, as Porsche and Chris are just playing... Well, pass it to me, brother. Pass it to me, as Weed out of nowhere opened things up. Conditioned to only look at the 2, but Weed was there waiting at the sides.
Yeah, that connection has been working. When Sendo just draws the defense, can just kick it out to Weed, who has that immediate catch and step back shot in his skill set.
Okay. All right, movement. Slam dunked in. And that will be connecting, but... Now we know what's going to be happening now. It's all about the passes. It's all about biding as much time as possible. And it's all about God just keeping their advantage here with 5 seconds on the timer. Porsche knows what's up. Turn around, slam it, dunk, even bumps into Nido and pushes him back. And with 3 seconds on the clock, there's no time in the world for WD to make this work.
Just a little showboating there by God at the end of the game. Using that ultimate just for safety measures, tying up the series. Man, I think really God really just dominated in this game. In game 1, WD won, but it was kind of neck and neck. This game just really showed how much better God was and what we were expecting coming in from the semifinals and quarterfinals.
Look at that difference in terms of the overall output in the stats, not only in the points, but also in the blocks. 0 blocks at all for WD. While on the other end, we do see God here with about 13 blocks, I believe. And that's not really the best point as well. Look at how Porsche has, from what I've said, right, from being a block master to a shooting master in this second game.
Yeah, but those 13 blocks, what's impressive is that everyone got into a piece of the action. 5 from Chris is the team high, but 4 each from Porsche and Weed. This has been a devastating trio of players selected. Man, it's just a turn of events here in game 2. We're just gonna have to see how WD reels from this, how they figure out their game plan to just come back from this devastating loss to God in game 2.
And devastating is a pretty good word to describe what just transpired in that second game. But of course, it's not really anything just yet. We've kind of reset the series, if you think about it. 1 to God, 1 to WD, and who is going to be creating that advantage once again as we go to that third game. It's all time will only tell, but of course we're also going to tell you guys to check out the code down below at the bottom of TK's face right then and there, guys. If you haven't picked it up already, please do, as you're going to get some goodies from the devs of Slam Dunk Mobile. And again, we're happy, guys, that you're here with us, joining us now for the grand finals, a best of 7 for the history books, as we're seeing so many of these teams, these players utilize different characters from the Slam Dunk roster.
Yeah, just remember to pick it up because this is the championship series already. You're going to be watching this later and be regretting, why didn't I pick that up earlier? I could have gotten some good stuff to upgrade my players, but nope, it's still right there on the screen. Pick it up. It's free stuff. Just use it to however you like it. Just make sure you enjoy playing the game and make sure you enjoy watching this broadcast as well as you see these players play a really good game and just make this so entertaining for every one of us.
Yeah, definitely agree, my man. And they're only moments away for seeing who will create, or not really create, but who will take that lead in this race to 4. Yes, it's the best of 7, so I believe it is a race to 4. And is it going to be God, who seems to have figured out how to play against the Nobunaga? Is WD gonna throw away their roster here and pick up a new set of characters to use, or are we still going to be seeing Jataime play as that Nobunaga? I believe Jataime also liking to play out at the Kurosendo. Maybe he can pick that one up, as he's been a phenomenal player as well. I remember from yesterday's matches, he got the buzzer beater with the layup on the Sendo, so he knows his moveset too.
Yeah, it's interesting indeed to see which players are going to be picked up. Again, it's been interesting how less efficient these Maki characters have been today as the tournament has progressed. I don't know what we haven't figured out exactly why that is, but that's been an interesting plot line that we've seen. But also how much more effective the Sendo characters have been picked up and used here in the deeper rounds.
And now it's going to be WD to get that first pick priority. I know I always say first pick priority, but because there is that slight bit of need or want from the players to actually get that first pick priority, sometimes they just know that whoever gets this particular play or particular character wins the first set. In any case, Hanamichi seems to be the priority for WD, as God is going to be looking to, I would say, just probably go for a Juno Izumi and maybe a Sendo once again. Probably.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Oh, okay. Chris, we're going to have to see what Chris has left to his picking, but Kazushi for Weed and Sendo for Porsche is what they want. It's going to be an interesting pick for God Chris here. On WD's end, though, completely different lineup. Duncan Master with that Hanamichi. King Jataime with Miyagi and Smexy with that Tatsumasa.
Oh, wow. I'm loving this from WD. There is no lack of shooters from their team. Anybody can shoot from a distance. Anybody can attack the rim. Anybody can just create opportunity out of nothing, out of nowhere, like magicians. And as for God, it's a bit more televised or telegraphed what they're going to be trying to do, but it's still not going to be an easy feat to defeat how they're going to be attacking as well when they're on the offensive posture, when they have possession of that ball. Anyways, game number 3 is going to go underway, guys. Who will take that advantage once again as we're up 1-1? Game number 3, here we go.
There we go, WD. I feel like they're going to be going with that Miyagi going to the baseline and spamming that kick out play. We've seen popularly used in this season. Turnover though, God now with the ball instead.
Throwing out the ball, the turnover immediately. Possession back into the hands of WD. Smexy opens up, severe interference from Porsche. And you can really see how close-knit these players are, but Duncan Master able to thread through the needle, open up that space, open up that court, and find an opening for WD for the points.
Not a good start at all for God here, getting their shots swatted away and falling behind. WD finding their groove. Smexy though, getting to use a lot more of that Oda character.
Ooh, Weed really having some defensive posture here as the 18-second violation, possession of the ball back into the hands of God. And with that 2-point advantage, they got to be sweating a little bit here. I know that it's only 2, but we talked about it already, man. How these guys just defend at the ball is so difficult, and it just doesn't really allow you many opportunities to shoot at the basket. But even still then, that nice little Euro step from Porsche opened things up 2-2.
Yeah. Seems like the game's starting a bit like it started in game 1. A bit of a tough scoring affair, but starting to pick it up. WD now with 4. Scott still with 2. Sendo is getting hounded a bit, not moving around as easy as it was in that second game where God came back.
All right. Oh, not just gonna go inside the rim, just flirting a little bit with the edge there. Anyways, Sendo's going to throw it out. And once again, Porsche converting. Loving the energy, loving the movements, but WD not making easy at all. As WD also pretty damn aggressive with how they've been attacking at the basket here. Jataime passing it on to Smexy, who opens up an opportunity here, leaves the defender, but just a bit tad too over with the shot on the ball.
Still a pretty tight game here with 2 minutes left. Great block there in the middle. God, still trying to figure out a way how to get the offense going like they did in game 2. That might help a bit as they go up ahead on a 2-pointer.
Definitely not shying away from a fight at all. As Weed is just going through the motions. Porsche attacking once again, opening up to Chris. Chris not really the best in terms of attack, so he's more of just somebody who screens, who waits under the basket, who will activate his ultimate to give it to his teammate as quickly as he can. Ball to his teammate as quickly as he can. Anyways, block will be set once again. 1 minute and 30, but lightning fast is in the hands of each time, but they got to be quick here because he can actually steal the ball if they're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, God trying to burn away time with that 2-point lead. This one could help their chances a lot. Now up by 4 with a minute and a half left. The biggest difference right now for God is that Chris hasn't been able to use Hanamichi, and Kazuma is definitely a player of a different skill set, so that's why they're struggling a bit, I suppose.
Definitely. Oh, okay. That's just going to roll in. Smexy finding an opportunity here to set a 2-point differential. Be just trying to move the ball around. Porsche and Chris trying to find an opening. They were probably charging his ultimate here, and that's going to give a nice little juicy advantage of 4 points. But of course, we can't put out of the equation that WD also have their ultimate, should be up and running quite quickly, quite soon as well.
That was a good setup there by WD, but unable to knock it down. So now the ball back with God. That is a big gap with the ball in their hands and a 4-point differential. Shot clock running down. Porsche gets blocked. Should end up in the hands of WD. They're going to try to make this as close as possible. The lone wolf shot is going to do it. They just need one more defensive stop now.
And I like how he used it immediately as he found nobody was near enough to actually block that, just so that they would have much more time to keep everything rolling. But the Euro step into the jelly layup. What a shot coming in from Porsche. And it's all gone to the wayside. An open shot here, the putback dunk. Loving it. and they keep it very, very close, but they're using a lot of their ult economy just for this one. But everything that they can, everything that they need. But look at how God is going to be just wasting the time, and I think they should be able to do so. Okay, that's going to be 1 second saved, and WD can still try to go for a 1 second 2-pointer, 3-pointer from their possession.
Yeah, let's see if they can get one off. Is the animation enough time to get one off or not? Seems like not enough, and God will take game 3 as they go up ahead in the series 2-1. Great fight there by God. Again, Porsche with another really good game played by that Sendo character, coming up with some big baskets the stretch.
Porsche evolving once again, dropping another 10 bomb into this game of ours, and he's really set the pace in terms of being a really good scorer. And are we going to be seeing WD here try to steal at this Sendo, try to give it to King Jataime, and give Porsche someone else to try to play with?
Yeah, that would be something that they really need to do, because they tried to steal that Hanamichi from Chris already, and even then it didn't work just because of how well Porsche has played. But even if they try to steal that Sendo, don't underestimate the value that Weed has brought in their past 3 games just for that shot blocking, that defense. I mean, this is such a well-rounded team, by God. So it's tough to break that combination.
The combination of God, like you said, so difficult, but you never know, because again, there is a lot more tricks up in the sleeve, I feel like, for WD here. I don't think they've lost that much momentum, but definitely losing that game would be putting a bit of sweat in their brow, as they need only 2 more wins to get that victory. There's already 2 in the pocket here of God, and the advantage definitely in their favor. But of course, it's not the end of the world just yet. We're only moments away from starting with our game number 4 here. And are we already looking at God to take at this away? But I feel like WD, with how they performed in that first game, they still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, they're not here in the grand finals for no reason. And again, we got to mention they came in undefeated. That just shows how well that God has had to play to come up with this 2-1 lead. WD still has some quality left in them, but the way that God has just been playing, the way that Porsche has just been playing with that Sendo character, it's just going to be so tough to counter from WD. I'm just not sure how they're going to do it. Which player are they going to steal to kind of throw God off their tracks?
Mind you that both of these teams not really picking up the 3-pointers, so it's all about who can attack the basket or who can just play with the better on paint as well as mid-range shots.
That Yoshinori character that we've seen picked up a lot. Surprisingly, not a single time has been picked here in the finals. Maybe we'll see a surprise thrown in here, either Matsui or Soichiro Chin, which we saw yesterday for a short bit. Maybe these teams will play a bit of a surprise, because this is the grand final. There's nothing left for these teams to hide anymore. You're not going to be keeping anything away. Just throw out all that you have, because this is the final showdown.
I mean, maybe they will, to save it till like season 3. But I don't know, obviously I kid, because in season 3 there's going to be there's going to probably be a different meta, different trend of how to play slam dunk here. But moving forward into this 4th game that we do have, and WD having that first pick priority. Now, the question that I want to ask here for all of us, just to maybe anticipate from, is WD gonna drop the Hanamichi for an Akira Sendo to give to King Jataime, or is that too risky and they're just gonna keep getting that Hanamichi and give the Sendo to Porsche time and time again?
For sure. Us waiting a bit before we head into the draft room. Again, we're going to emphasize how important this phase is for the game. Just how the players are building up their game plan right from the start of the draft session, just getting the players that they want to fit into their style of play. Just waiting a bit for each of the players to get into the lobby and make their selections.
There we go, and it seems like they are just going to be picking up the Hanamichi once again. Oh, I thought they were going to go pick up the older Hanamichi. That would be awkward if they like mispress it and then they can't really change it up. But we're going to see similar picks or same picks from what we saw from Game 2 and Game 1.
Yep, Kazushi and Sendo going to Weed and Porsche as expected. There's a bit of a change there. King's time. Oh, well, pretty much the same, sorry. But Chris, see if he's going to be able to change it up. Nope, he's going to have to go with that Kazuma again. It worked well in that second game, but let's see if that still goes God's way here in game number 4 of this final series in the Champion Cup Season 2.
You can really feel the electricity from WD. They're lagging behind a bit here, and they haven't really changed up their picks overall for their players, for their roster. So this would mean that there is some form of adjustment. We've given them a bit of time, a few minutes to talk about what they need to do in terms of that adjustment, in terms of how they're going to have to formulate an answer to the movement, to the openness that Porsche gives with this Akira Sendo.
All right, here we go. God with the first possession to start the game. No expected game plans to be changed there. Oh, that's new though. Sendo connecting to Chris for the dunk. A little bit of a curveball thrown to WD's way.
And this is just going to make everything more difficult because now they're going to have to expect Chris also going to, get his hand in the honeypot of scoring. But of course, WD not shying away from opportunity to shoot the ball in if they can. Chris is screening to his heart's content as Porsche goes in for the jelly layup. Beautiful stuff with the Euro step as well.
Yeah, that pick and roll combined with Sendo's skill set is just so deadly. And we're going to see that being used time and again here by God in this series.
Another putback on that ball. 4-4. Sendo just accelerating and charging at this basket. He is conditioning everybody to keep looking at him. But Weed is actually open here. The block to come in. Duncan Master picks up the ball here, but they have to bring it a little bit more closer. Smexy loving the movement, but that throw, that jump just not working out. In the second attempt, gotta be good.
Yeah, that quick pass there to Smexy starting to work out for WD. Finally taking the lead in this game as we head into that 3-minute mark.
Okay, finally taking the lead and getting that lead taken away from them as we're back to that 6-6. Duncan Master here, though, slapped away at the opportunity to do so. Smexy with this Oda. You know he can convert. You know that he will not miss. But King Jataime says with Rishiyata can still go Miyago at you.
Right there, God. Feeling a bit of the pressure, having to go down by 2 every time. They haven't gotten the ball to Weed that much, but when Porsche can score like that, why would they need to? Tied up again.
King Jataime now has the lightning fast. Is he going to be quick enough to convert into some points before it runs out? Would really want them to get that one, though. But it seems like it's just not going to work out in the end for them just yet. Now, quickly passing away so that he cannot steal the ball just in case it's out in the open. Gotta be careful a bit there as to the bounce, as the charge comes in. Passes it back to Weed. Rotates it around. 3 seconds on the clock, and Porsche got to try to convert this one. Slaps away, and that is going to be the 18-second violation.
Good defense there by WD just to stick with Porsche and not allow him to slice his way through to the basket. The favor is returned though as God blocks that away, gets the ball back in their hands. 2 more minutes left. Time is going away pretty slowly just because these two teams are just burning it away, dribbling around.
Oh, that is such a forced shot, but a forced shot still connects, and this is where you just gotta say it. Kobe, loving it.
Just loving that shot by Porsche. Still playing that Sendo character to perfection as best as we've seen so far in this competition.
Oda, though, Smexy playing him and just sinking it all in. 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Porsche, okay. Turn around, dunk it. Nobody gonna be there to contest. And a beautiful use on the ult. 2-pointed lead though. But again, we talk about it time and time again. Every lead that you can in this type of scenario is a lead that you will want to get.
WD though there with a quick response. That's what they're gonna need. They just need to reply as quickly as they can. Figure out a way to stop Porsche from getting into his rhythm. That is not going to work. Another easily uncontested shot there by Porsche, getting into zone.
All right, passing it quite quickly. Duncan Master a bit too eager to try to go for that 2-pointer, but that lone wolf shot is going to give them much lead once again. And now God is finally opening things up, finally getting themselves a bit more of that lead breathing space. And they're not done. They're not done just yet.
That is looking really fun series. 1 more minute left. God with a 2-point lead, but WD is still very much in this. Smexy with that turnaround jumper. It will rim back in. It looks it was going out. We're back tied again with 50 seconds left.
No, this is going to be so difficult. As you can see, the lightning quick from Jataime. He is just charging at that ball, trying to run block at it, and he picks it up with the help of Duncan Master and Smexy. And now the possession of the ball back into the hands of WD. Throws it out to Smexy, now gets into Duncan Master, has the movement, has the mobility, and that is not going to work out in the end. Ball possession back into the favor of God.
The block there, and the basket. The sequence here by God, turning the game into their favor once again. What a block by Weed, and Porsche just sealing the deal. Now they just need to stop this one more time and put the nail in the coffin.
Oh, what an attack to the rim. Swish! But this is where it becomes so much difficult. 12 seconds. They can buy as much time as possible. Give the opportunity for Porsche to just go in once again. That is so difficult to block. Smexy got himself occupied by Chris, and then in the 1 versus 1, that's not going to work out in the end. Buzzer beater, though. Okay, it didn't show, but we know it is. 2 seconds on the clock. And are we going to go out of regulation? Yes, we are.
Wow, what a turn of events. We thought that Porsche had already sealed the deal, but a quick comeback. And 1 more minute of additional action here in Game 4 as the teams try to break the deadlock.
Ooh, WD, though, sets it off strong. 4 out of regulation. Oh, his ultimate's up once again. Is it going to get blocked? Not this time. Twice in a row. The turnaround dunk for Sendo sends it once again for a quick little tie here. But that ball is going to go in, isn't it? Oh, it is.
Such a soft touch there once again by Smexy. 2-point lead for WD. These two teams is playing really well, and a block there. A big-time block by Duncan Master, making his impact felt. They can double down and go up by 4 big points. Duncan Master seals it. That's a big lead with only 30 seconds to go.
And WD really putting the pedal to the metal as Porsche is just going to get blocked up. Everybody was looking straight at him, and now all they have to do is burn the timer. They know they got it. Lightning Quick will make it even more difficult for anybody to intercept at that ball, and it's all about that rotation. They can even try to attack it and maybe just create more space in between them. And it's going to be the shot clock violation, but the big obvious factor here is that God is going to lose this game, and we're back to a reset 2-2.
Game 4 of the final series is done. We're treated with a thriller of an overtime game with these two teams, but we're back at square one. It's tied 2-2, so we'll be heading away for the final 3 games. Oh man, what a series this has been by these two teams. Just know what, none of these guys backing down. God or WD seeing here on the screen. King Jataime coming away with the MVP of this game. Those 8 assists, just getting Smexy and Duncan Master into their groove.
Look at how much points God has accumulated through Porsche. 20, but in the end, it's not enough. The nice little spread, like a peanut butter on toast for WD here. 6, 10, and 10. They really showed their stock there, especially out of regulation, where Duncan Master just hit, I believe, like 2 straight shots, I think, or at least the one to really set that lead for WD.
While we're waiting for Game 5 to start, the suspense will be hanging. I think it should be WD who gets God who gets the first pick. We'll see if Chris will go back to that Hanamichi character that he played so well early on. If that would give them a really good advantage, because I don't think he had as much of an impact playing as Kazuma. That should be a great advantage for them heading into Game 5, but it's been so evenly contested, and we're going to be treated to an entertaining final stretch of this final series.
Definitely. This game number 5 is going to be such a nail-biter once again. I mean, I keep saying it already, right? But we have reset this bracket or this finals twice in a row, as it seems like WD lost some steam in the first one. There was like big leads in terms of the points, but there was just something mixed in the water for some reason in that fourth game where WD shone. Like, they just like brightly shine like a diamond, and there was just nothing that I felt like their opponent's God can really do. The Akira Sendo was fantastic and all. We saw how much points they can really put into that basket. But like you said, because Chris was not at his signature Hanamichi and at the Kazuma, it felt like a shadow of his former self moving forward in that fourth game. But this fifth game, we'll see if they're going to try to do with the same composition, or are we going to go for a different spell altogether?
Well, we've seen it all so far here in Season 2 of the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup. Man, we've seen a team come down from 2-0 to win that third place prize. We've seen overtimes. We've seen buzzer beaters. We're expecting a lot more in this final series. As you see here, the lineup coming up for this Game 5, it's going to be God making that first pick on the left side, and WD picking second and third. Going to be a bold strategy for whoever takes that first pick.
Okay, what is going to be the start here? Because once again, we are going to be witnessing God get themselves that that first pick priority. So that's going to be great for them. WD will have the option once again, but I think it's fine. Porsche doesn't really need to always pick up the Akira Sendo. It's much better to probably just get the Hanamichi first, just because it gives them so much defensive and offensive posture. And yeah, that's what they're gonna have to do. The Akira Sendo doesn't really mean anything too much for them. But there we go, first time for WD to steal it away.
We'll see if they go with it. King Shitaime is stealing it. Sendo and Maki, I think this is the first time that they've been picked on the same team. That's going to be interesting. But I like how it felt like Chris was really relieved that he was finally going to be playing Hanamichi once again. But yeah, that's an interesting lineup there for God, as Porsche goes with Nobunaga and Weed goes with Miyagi. Interesting lineup for both teams. Again, that first pick just changing the dynamic of the way these two teams are setting up their game plans.
It's pretty similar. Like the flow of how these guys pick up, it's about the same as what we're probably going to be expecting till the end of the series. But in any case, the dynamic has changed. It's not going to be Porsche anymore to play with the Sendo. It's going to be King Jataime, and we're going to be seeing if this change up to select to make sure that you have the Hanamichi for God is going to be a better spell than getting that Sendo. Okay. Ball is going to be in the favor of God here, as Weed is going to be going straight at the basket. Porsche finds an opening, and that's going to be the quick slam in to the rim. 2 points for God.
All right, God off to a good start here. Again, they're tied at 2, so this is a pivotal game in the series. God can take the advantage here, and that combination is looking really well between Porsche and Weed on the attack to Nobunaga Dunk.
Okay, throwing out the ball once again. WD answers back, though. This is actually pretty scary. Akira Sendo and Amaki in one team. There is just so much movement, so much ball control. It's pretty terrifying. In any case, God hasn't really flinched at all, and they actually have the point advantage with about 4 in the board.
Yeah, that combination between Miyagi and Nobunaga. We've seen a lot of teams use that, and God is one of those teams that has done really well going to that combo there again and again and again to build up the 4-point lead now for God.
So this is how you execute that play properly from God. We saw this used a lot more by Second Hold'em, but not as prevalent, I think. But now it seems like God is the one that really likes to play around that. They're also using around with Chris at the side there. If he can pass the ball on him, it's going to be nice. Or maybe if the ball just fumbles, he can actually just put it back in quite easily as well.
They are just spamming away at that game plan right now. WD, they can't answer on offense, but if they cannot stop that combination, it's not going to matter for God.
Definitely true. Weed is spacing out quite quickly here, but Smexy, he tried to just go underneath that basket and drive in, but he held the ball too long, and that gives more time for somebody to steal it, especially a Maki, who does have that better steal statistic.
WD there had the opportunity to change the momentum with that steal, but instead 18-second shot clock violation goes off. Ball back in the hands of God with the chance to go up by 4. This time it is blocked. WD finding a way to stop this. Finally, the ultimate dunk, unable to stop this time, and back up by 4 is God.
Loving the smooth motion there, looping, threading through the needle of it all, but WD, of course, with the Maki, still able to keep the lead close with only about 2 to just separate the two of them. But that ball almost gets stolen, but picked up quite quickly by Wee with the lightning fast.
Right there again, they just keep going at it. If they steal, they just reset. If they don't get an open lane, they just reset. Finally, they're going to get the shot that they want, and it just keeps on working.
Emperor Sense, of course, keeping everything close still, even if God can hit all of those shots with their preset strategy here. They still have to respect that WD have the opportunity to score themselves. So this 2-point advantage is as precious as water in the Sahara Desert. In any case here, that's going to be the first time I believe that Chris has tried to pass at a shot, but not going to work in the end. King Jataime trying to go for the Euro step, but not going to be too good. Weed, though, it's not going to get contested. 14-14.
And there's the shift that WD was looking for. God to finally pass out to Chris on that mid-range jumper, and it didn't go down. So now we're back at a tie game. WD now has to find another way to score. Will we see? I was looking forward to seeing King Jataime was going to go by his own, but they're still going back to forth for that mid-range jumper.
Oh, a quick answer back with a nice little screen and 2-pointer from Smexy here. God back to the drawing board. Honestly, I feel like even if God gets that advantage, I feel like all the pressure is on them because WD, they're just one step away from getting themselves a tie in terms of the points, and they have all the abilities in their pocket to just explode. And with 1 minute, it's gonna be so difficult for God to keep this advantage rolling. As now with that turnaround dunk, WD first find their lead.
Yeah, don't look now. WD has stopped that combination between Weed and Porsche for a couple of times now. Now they have the advantage of going up ahead with the possession in their hands as time is winding down, and they have two of possibly the best scorers that the game has to offer.
Speaking of game has to offer, rather unfortunate. Duncan Master not able to rebound the ball here, as it's going to be Chris to actually pick that up himself. Still God, though, in the possession of the ball now. Chris trying to move it around as God Weed activates his lightning fast, swatted away. as Chris wanted to get that rebound, but now ball in the possession of WD, and all they have to do is buy their time, throw it at the ball, and they should have themselves a nice little victory here if they can find that ball taken by Windows, stolen, beautiful stuff, and the dunk to go in.
What a turn! It's just 3 seconds left. This should, and it rolls in for the draw at the very last second possible. We're heading into overtime yet again in this final series. Oh man, just trying to compile everything that was going on in those final seconds, but the action goes on nonetheless. God now with the ball. I think they are still streaming from what has happened in those final seconds too.
Nobody was able to block Smexy there, but he just released it before the timer ended. So that was one of the best buzzer beaters that we could have ever seen in our lives. Anyways, here it was once again. Porsche not going to be successful with that one, but space created maybe for Chris to find his opening here. That's going to be a very severely interfered shot. So it's not going to find any leeway whatsoever to just go straight into the basket. 10 seconds into the timer now as the ball is in the possession of WD. One shot, one hit. That's all they need here, TK. And there it is. But they block it. We're going to go for second overtime.
What a block there at the last second possible. What a game this has been, and we're going to get one more minute of the action. Porsche coming up with a clutch block. No points scored in the last overtime session, and we're starting off this in a similar way.
Just wanted to point out as well, God read that Smexy was going to go for that Emperor sense. Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, just great reading by God. And we're back with 30 more seconds. Still no points scored here in this double overtime session. Smexy though, the last player to score, continues to score, adding in 2 more points for WD. Now we've got some movement, and God has to find a way to reply.
You know, whenever you play overtime, it's all about how much mental fortitude you have. These best of sevens in any game, they really try to break down at your mental, but these guys, they're still holding on strong. They're still threading the needle even through all this pressure, and we have kept ourselves in such a tie game, 22-22, and that timer is going to be, okay, is that going to be a fadeaway?
It's going to be Shatame, and it's a buzzer beater. What a game this was. Oh my God, what a game that was from regulation, the end of regulation. 2 teams just traded baskets. No points scored in the first overtime session. Oh man, what a game that was. Was sitting on the edge of our seats, man, after right. What a game.
That was fantastic. What a buzzer beater for King Jataime. He doesn't even have all the, he doesn't have the MVP. He doesn't have the highest points or whatnot. But he did it once again. He did it again.
Yeah.
We saw it yesterday, right? He did a buzzer beater to win out, I believe, for a 2-0 for WD here. And they're looking to do that with another one. One more game. It's series point already with WD at the helm of that advantage.
Yeah, Kings of Time is just showing that you don't need to score all the points, just only the 2 that matter the most at the end. King Smexy, though, with all of the stats there, none at 0, winning the MVP for this game, but without King Chitaime's 2 more points right there, we wouldn't be sitting here watching the final stats at the end of Game 5. We'll be heading into Game 6 in just a bit, but man, what a series this has been. 2 games going into overtime, a couple of buzzer beaters. We've had it all here in Season 2. I mean, all the way up to the final series. This has not been a disappointment at all. What an honor it is to cast this with you, man.
So very true, brother. And what a game have we seen just transpire, just unfold in front of our eyes, and hope you guys right there right now watching on our streams, whether you're on the English or the Thai broadcast, are enjoying this, because that was just some fantastic plays, fantastic clutch moments from these players, and oh my goodness. Now we're just moments away for starting ourselves the sixth game of the tournament, and this is already the nail biter here. It's all or nothing for God. If they lose this, obviously it's gonna be WD to be the champions, and if they do win, we're gonna go ourselves for a game 7 in this best of 7.
So this is the first time that God is facing an elimination situation here in this series. Let's see how they fight back against this pressure. Of course, WD, this has been the most that any team has given them through this tournament, and just putting up a good fight to our entertainment. What a series this has been, man. Just really looking forward to see how it unravels here in Game 6. It's a big round of applause so far for what the players have been putting up. It's just been playing for so far. We as viewers were feeling tense there. Just imagine the players as they were anticipating that buzzer beater to go down, if they had to go in that extra overtime possession or not, and how they had to adjust that over. Big kudos to those guys, man.
So very true. And man, I can just only imagine the stress, the strain that these players are under, and just to perform at such peak levels. My goodness, everybody is just on point, on par with each other here. Honestly thought at the start of this best of 7 that there's a team that's going to have a much bigger lead, but I was sorely mistaken, and I am surely surprised by it, and by no means am I disappointed. It just means that there is just so much more to love with the game, to love with the players, and to look forward to as we're heading on to the possible final two games of our best of 7 grand finals.
Just loving what we see from the players here from both sides of the squad. WD, Smexy has been spectacular. King Shataime, of course, has been spectacular as well. That buzzer beater, still looking to see a little bit more from Duncan Master. He's done well as the screener, as the rebounder, but I still feel like he has some more left in his tank to help the team. But man, God, they have nothing to feel ashamed for losing these past 3 games, but they really have to figure out something fast, whether it's Chris or Reed or Porsche. I'm just waiting for a little bit. We might be going into a short break before we head into Game 6. Just waiting to settle things down. While we're waiting, though, don't forget to redeem that code. Right now, we're at Game 6 with one team in elimination situation, so this could be your final chance to pick up your free stuff. Don't forget to pick it up while you still can.
That's true. When all is said and done, this is all for you guys, our players, for the players, by the players, right? Because everyone right now is just vying to get into the registrations as well. Maybe on Season 3, we'll be seeing more teams come into the play here. I'm not sure how many registered during Season 2. Maybe we can brush up on that on the next broadcast or something. Maybe when we're back here for a few months in for the Season 3. Anyways, guys, we're still not done for today. We're gonna go for a quick breather, and when we come back, we'll see if WD will finally put the last nail in that coffin and send God home, or are we gonna go for a Game 7 in this best of 7, the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2? We'll be right back after a short little breather. Rest of the God roster, a quick little slap in as Duncan Master picks up the ball, brings it up to Smexy, who throws it around. King Jataime, though, gotta respect that Godweed is such
easy though with Kazushi, that Kazushi character played by Reed.
That's so fast from God Porsche, because
we're halfway through this first game. Score is still 4-2. Just as an example of how away mid-range jumper that Sakuragi can do. You don't see that used as much.
Jumper.
At this rate, this could be the first game that doesn't reach double-digit scoring.
Away from the hands here of God, because that would mean that if they can hit a 2-pointer and not leave any more space for God. Smexy. Oh, that is going to be disgusting. Oh, that's going to be the win.
The ball is still in WD's hands, though.
Slap, slap, slap. So many defenders just not really quite even as they slap away the balls from the attacking WD roster.
Unable to find a gap at all. Is King should tie?
We still have 11 seconds on that timer, and they're trying to... I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Maybe they're trying to buy the ball. Does go into the favor of God here, as Porsche and Chris are just playing... Well, pass it to me, brother. Pass it to me.
You need their groove. Smexy, though, getting to use a lot more of that Oda character.
Ooh, Weed really having some defending. Not just gonna go inside the rim, just flirting a little bit with the edge there. Anyways, Sendo's careful.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, God trying to burn away time with that 2-point lead.
Can't be just trying to move the ball around. Porsche and Chris trying to find an opening. They were probably charging his ult.
There we go. God with the first possession to start the game. No expected game plans to be changed there. Oh, here.
Bring it a little bit more closer. Smexy loving the movement, but that throw, that jump just not working out.
Pretty slowly, just because these two teams are just burning it away, dribbling around.
Oh, that is such a force. Duncan Master has the movement, has the mobility, and that is not going to work out in the end. Ball possession back into the favor of God. It's much difficult. 12 seconds. They can buy as much time as possible. Give the opportunity for Porsche to just go. God is the one that really likes to play around that. They're also using around with Chris at the side there. If they can pass the seems like ball, and they should have themselves a nice little victory here if they can find that ball taken by Windows. Stolen.
It's just 3 seconds left. This should. And it
22-22, and that timer is gonna be. Okay, is that going to be a fadeaway? Oh,
gonna be.
Nice pass! I never give up until it's over. God roster, a quick little slap in as Duncan Master picks up the ball, brings up to Smexy, who throws it around. King Jataime, though, gotta respect that Godweed is such
easy though with Kazushi, that Kazushi character played by Weed.
It's so fast from God Porsche because
we're halfway through this first game. Score is still 4-2. just as example of how step away mid-range jumper that Sakuragi can do. You don't see that used as much.
Throw a jumper.
At this rate, this could be the first game that doesn't reach double-digit scoring.
Away from the hands here of God, because that would mean that if they can hit a two-pointer and not leave any more space for God. Smexy, oh, that is going to be disgusting. Oh, that's going to be the win.
The ball is still in WD's hands, though.
Slap, slap, slap. So many defenders just not going to quite even as they slap away the balls from the attacking WD roster.
Unable to find a gap at all is King Shatai.
We still have 11 seconds on that timer, and they're trying to... I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Maybe they're trying to buy the ball. Does go into the favor of God here, as Porsche and Chris are just playing... Well, pass it to me, brother. Pass it to me.
You need their groove. Smexy, though, getting to use a lot more of that Oda character.
Ooh, Weed really having some defending. Not just gonna go inside the rim, just flirting a little bit with the edge there. Anyways, Sendo's careful.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, God trying to burn away time with that 2-point lead.
Just trying to move the ball around. Porsche and Chris trying to find an opening. They were probably charging his ult.
There we go. God with the first possession to start the game. No expected game plans to be changed there. Oh, here.
Bring it a little bit more closer. Smexy loving the movement, but that throw, that jump just not working out.
Pretty slowly, just because these two teams are just burning it away, dribbling around.
Oh, that is such a force. Duncan Master has the movement, has the mobility, and that is not going to work out in the end. Ball possession back into the favor of God. Into much difficult 12 seconds. They can buy as much time as possible. Give the opportunity for Porsche. Residents of Middle-earth, welcome back to the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2 Grand Finals. My name is Asarai, and of course, joining with me now is TK NBA Time, and we're here for game number 6.
Yes, sir. The backs are up against the wall for God, as WD are one win away from securing the title here in Season 2 of the Southeast Asian Dunk Mobile Champion Cup. What a series this has been, man. Just 3-2 right now. So many overtime games, so many buzzer beaters that I can't really keep track of, and so many good tactics, good plays by both players of both teams. Man, it's just been a great series. And maybe we're going to be in the final games, or we might have to see it pushed to 2 more games. Remember, it's a best-of-7 series before we finally get a deciding of who will be the champion this season.
Yeah, and what a back-and-forth game. We've seen multiple overtimes, out of regulations, as well as buzzer beaters, all mixed into this best-of-7. More than we've seen throughout the entire tournament, and this could be the final blow that WD are looking for. God, they're going to have the second priority picks, and it's going to be WD to get the first priority pick. I would just say Duncan Masters going to get his Hanamichi once again. Yeah,
that would be good to just keep Hanamichi on your side and also keep it out of Chris's side for God, but that's just a pivotal pick that we've seen throughout the entire series. We'll just have to see which way they go. But Smexy and Jatame, King Jatame, they just have so many other options that they can go through. Weed and Porsche as well. Just anticipating so much of what will be going down here in Game 6. Again, WD up ahead 3-2 in this series. 1 win away from that 100,000 voucher prize.
Definitely. 100,000 is no laughing matter. Imagine of how much you can just boost up a character and then some, if you think about it. And like, again, I did mention that this is game number 6, meaning that we are about 3-2 in terms of the points. And that would also mean that WD only need 1 more, and God, they have to go for a full reverse sweep on this one, brother. But they're starting to lose a bit of steam here, especially at the last possible dredges of each match, where I talked about if you go to overtime, it's more about how much your mental fortitude can hold out rather than what strategies you're going to be employing. For the moment, It seems like it's going to be all same picks. Chris is going to go for the Kazuma. It didn't give him that much joy in the few couple of matches that we've seen him, but maybe it's going to be a different spell coming into this game.
Yeah, quick picks by each team. Seems like they're going to pretty much go with their same game plans as we head into this decisive Game 6 of the series. God has got to bring everything that they have to stop WD from getting this win.
Oh my goodness. Can they actually convert this? It's going to be such a nail biter because WD, they've just been converting so well. Honestly, I didn't expect them to be this particularly good, but I am just flabbergasted, jaw dropped at how they've been performing, especially against God, who basically just toy around their opponents left, right, and center.
Yes, sir. So now we're about to tip it off. Game 6 of the grand final of the Champion Cup season. Here we go. First possession goes to WD as they try to go ahead, but they immediately turn the ball over to God.
Okay, God now has an opportunity here with Portia, but it seems like Duncan Master has understood the movement of his opponent, now creating some space for himself. He just tries to just go in and tip it back twice in a row. Is it finally going to go in? Yep. You know what they say, third time's a charm, and now that is going to be giving some harm for God.
Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth there, but immediate answer there by Porsche from God to tie things up. So similar kind of game from last time where one team goes up and an immediate response.
Time just kind of lagging behind a bit there, not really moving as, I would say, as smoothly as we saw in the few couple of matches that we saw beforehand. And these shots not really connecting for everybody. This could really give the opportunity for God to start marking their advantage here. And there we go, 2-point lead already for God.
God making their move to get back into the series, looking to force a Game 7. WD not going to let that happen so easily, tying the game back up. Both teams quickly getting their points on, not burning too much time away from the clock.
Oh no, that Euro step into the layup, not really the easiest thing to do, but maybe that fadeaway is going to just provide more dividends, more value as it does. 6 points already for God here, but of course WD not trailing far behind. That is some movement in the air from Smexy, and like a ballerina just shucks it in. Loving that motion from WD.
Yeah, that animation by Oda is just so weird where he just turns his back to the basket and the layup, but trading baskets back and forth. God has the upper hand of going ahead first, with WD not backing down.
Not backing down from that fight, and we're equalized 8-8. Really a step in no one's direction in terms of who takes the lead here. Porsche just trying to go all the way around, take a nice little stroll along the court, but of course he's got to be careful because looming into the corner, it's Duncan Master with a slap up once again, and Smexy, he's becoming the MVP of this round. He's just moving around there, just keeping everybody on their toes.
Just a sweet, sweet movement, and that might be a decisive sequence there from WD. Just getting the defense, getting the offense going, and right now they can get an important 2 points, and they do there with that ultimate put-back dunk. WD now up by 4. The way these teams have been playing, that's a big gap.
Oh, this gap is just moving ever so closer, or ever so wider, but well, with the help of the Sendo, with the help of the accuracy of Portia and the screens from Chris, it's not the end of the world just yet. But of course, still Duncan Master chucks one in. Not going to matter though, but Smexy picks up onto the rebound. Jataime tries his luck out with that fadeaway. Not going to happen, but Smexy still onto the clock. This man has really done everything for his team, and that lone wolf shot will actually just get shot out of nowhere, as still the advantage leads to WD, but God is doing so well in the defensive department.
God looking to burn away time on their end. They get it to Weed with that step back shot. Had quick catch and release to tie the game up once again. WD going on the wrong end of a 4-0 run. And they'll have to figure out a way how to get back into the lead. Once again, Smexy with that turnaround jumper. It rolls out. The rebound put back by Duncan Master.
Oh my goodness, Duncan Master also so good with this one. The timing isn't gonna be real. Nope, not at all. And that is gonna equalize us 14-14. A minute left onto that timer, and everything just going down the line for God here. They're the ones who are gonna be playing catch up. Even if they win this, they've only prolonged something in terms of this series in the end. Still, Porsche will try to go for that wide open shot, and he goes over the block of Duncan Master. Lead for God.
Turn around again, and now, even despite that quick answer from WD, God has the time in his hands. It's going to be up to time management now. They can run it down so that WD does not have a good attempt at that final shot. God misses it. WD does not have the chance just yet. It's still in the hands of God.
Chris has yet to use his ultimate too, so that would mean that there's an opportunity for God to even score better if they can just go for that rebound, which they don't really need to, as God swishes one in. 17 seconds onto the clock. They have to go in straight at this and give opportunity some more. That is going to be a quick little twofer, an 18-18, but they need to steal the ball from God, or they need to stop them from scoring.
God should be just wasting their time around for that final shot, but the block by WD returned the favor, but it's still there, and we end with a draw once again going into overtime. These two teams just not backing down, just giving the viewers their money's worth here with another extra period of action.
They should be getting ultimates up soon for everybody actually here going into overtime. So we're going to be seeing so much more happen. Lightning Facts activated already by King Jataime as Smexy's just try to go around onto the court here. He's pump faking a lot more and goes in for the fade away. That's kind of like the good thing. You can pump fake all you want with a Ryota, and you can activate his dash in to be able to go for a quick little set of moves. But a quick answer back from God equalizes us to 20-20.
Just a quick reminder that WD can win the series here with a win, but God will have to fight back for another Game 7 should they win. But now WD back up by 2. God, the pressure on their hands right now, and it's a steal. WD with a steal. 22 seconds left.
You can actually just keep passing the ball around. This is so bad for God. They have to take this ball now.
The block. God with a chance to tie it up once again. 9 seconds left. 7. Time running down. They're going to go for the last shot. Ultimate by Sendo. And it's blocked at the rim. And it's blocked at the rim. WD wins it on a buzzer-beating block. What a way to end. There is just no better way to end a series like that, man. Oh my God. We've literally seen it all here in Season 2. We've seen buzzer-beating shots. We've seen overtime sessions. And we got it all here in this final Game 6 buzzer-beating block. A buzzer-beating block by WD to clinch the title here in Champions Cup Season 2.
Duncan Master has to be the MVP of that round. Not only did he score the most, but in everything that he had. Look at that. 6 rebounds, 5 blocks, and one of those blocks, as you said, was the buzzer beater block. Everybody loses their minds when they hit the buzzer beater 2 or the buzzer beater 3, but I would say that they would just have their minds liquidate as they witness a buzzer beater block. My God, what a way to end this series. And that just means that our victors, that our champions, is Duncan Master and the rest of WD. Congratulations to them.
We were talking about how Duncan Master had to step up to the level that Smexy and King Jataime was playing earlier in the series, and Duncan Master has done that indeed when picking up that Hanamichi character. Ah, man, 12.6 rebounds, 5 blocks in this game. We're going to see, though, who is the MVP of this final series in just a bit. But going on to that other end, God, there are no reasons to hang their heads down. There you see, though, looking over at the entire period of the series here, it's God Porsche that is coming away with the MVP. Just putting up an all-around stat line there, 16.8 points. Look at that field goal shooting percentage, though, 97%. While scoring 16.8 points, that is just a ridiculous stat line, of course. And, of course, that 3.8 blocks and 2 assists to round it all out. But God, on that other side, this is kind of like a consolation prize. For losing to WD, they put on a really good fight, but in the end, man, WD, Duncan Master, Smexy, and King Jataime, winners of this Champion Cup in Season 2.
And for the second time in a row, God has been denied themselves another ring here, so to speak. They got taken out so quickly during Season 1. Season 2, here and now, we saw them. Their transition, their ability to play, amazing, but not enough. And it's going to be WD just swiping out of nowhere. My goodness, look at that ending, 4-2. What a showing.
What a showing indeed. And what a day we've had here in the Champions Cup Season 2. We've seen a team come back down from 2-0. We've seen ridiculous endings here in the final championship series. It's just been such a fun tournament to cast. And just to remind you, WD last season, in Season 1, they made it to the round of 8. They lost to the defending champions Hold'em 2-0. They went back, regrouped, came back this season, and went all the way to win it all. Man, Sarai, just one more, just your final thoughts of this season here, and just your final thoughts, because I'm still wrapping my head around what's been going on.
WD is just there's a team that really dominates. Honestly, I thought that the opponents that they had weren't as par to their own level of play, but to went up against God in such a dominating fashion really solidifies what people would probably already say in the chat, that WD is one of the top teams right now in the slam dunk mobile scene here in Southeast Asia, and it goes to show. And with that said, I believe we are about to go for a close at this on this stream. So I just wanted to say thank you so much again, TK, for being my partner in this one, man. It's been a pleasure, and to the chat has been joining us on YouTube. So you guys have been such an awesome viewers to have kind of joined us in this journey, and again to Slam Dunk for making everything possible. Anyways, guys, once again, this is the Slam Dunk Mobile Champion Cup Season 2 concluded with WD being our crowned victors and champions. So for the last time, thank you so much, guys. My name is Asteroid. With me is TK NBA Time. So we'll see you guys on the next one. Ciao and bye. By the rest of the God roster, a quick little slap in as Duncan Masters picks up the ball, brings up to Smexy, who throws it around. King Jataime, though, gotta respect that God lead is such
easy, though, with Kazushi, that Kazushi character played by Weed.
So bad for God Porsche,
because we're halfway through this first game. Score is still 4-2. Just as an example of how that way mid-range jumper that Sakuragi can do. We don't see that used as much
jumper.
At this rate, this could be the first game that doesn't reach double-digit scoring.
Lead away from the hands here of God, because that would mean that if they can hit a two-pointer and not leave any more space for Smexy, oh, that's going to be disgusting. Oh, that's going to be
the ball still in WD's hands, though.
Slap. So many defenders just not going to quite even as they slap away the balls from the attacking WD roster.
Unable to find a gap at all is King Jataime.
Still have 12, 11 seconds on that timer, and they're trying to... I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Maybe they're trying to buy it. The ball does go into the favor of God here, as Porsche and Chris are displaying... Well, pass it to me, brother. Pass it to me.
Smexy, though, getting to use a lot more of that Oda character.
Ooh, Weed really having some defensive. Not just going to go inside the rim, just flirting a little bit with the edge there, and always send those.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, God trying to burn away time with that 2-point lead.
Just trying to move the ball around. Porsche and Chris trying to find an opening. They were probably charging his.
There we go, God with the first possession to start the game. No expected game plans to be changed there.
Here, bringing it a little bit more closer. Maxi loving the movement, but that throw, that jump, just not working out.
Pretty slowly, just because these two teams are just burning away, dribbling around.
Oh, that is such a force. Duncan Master has the movement, has the mobility, and that is not going to work out in the end. Ball possession back into the favor of God. It's much difficult. 12 seconds. They can buy as much time as possible. Give the opportunity for Porsche to just go. God is the one that really likes to play around that. They're also using around with Chris at the side there. They can pass the ball, and they should have themselves a nice little victory here if they can find that ball. Take it, but with the soul.
It's just 3 seconds left. This should.
And 22, and that timer's gonna be. Okay, is that going to be a fadeaway? Of his opponent, now creating some space for himself. He just tries to just go in and tip it back twice in a row. Now taking a nice little stroll along the court, but of course he's got to be careful because moving into the corner, it's Duncan Master with a slap up.
Just getting the defense, getting the offense going, and right now they're going to get an important 2-point. They'll have to figure out a way how to get back into the lead once again. Smexy with that turnaround jumper. It rolls out.
In fact, activated already by King. The time is Maxie's just trying to go around onto the court here. He's pumping a lot.
Tied up once again. 9 seconds left. 7. Time running down. They're going to go with the last shot. Ultimate by Zen.